approval now, but I gotta be somewhere soon. What am I doing here? Waiting on someone new. In my reflection, I see what I always knew. Some false direction leading me away. It's leading me away. It's not new to me.
Thank you for the sub.
It's not new to
Put your ass away, child!
Andy_the Relentless just subscribed. Woke up sick first day of Pride. Homophobia.
It's not news to me. It's not news to me. It's not news to me.
Put your ass away, child!
It's not
Lucid Lexi just subscribed. Happy Pride doll.
try to understand this all, 'cause I gotta be somewhere soon. What am I doing here? Waiting on someone new to show up in my reflection, 'cause I see what I always do. That same false direction leading me away from you. Oh, I gotta be somewhere soon. What am I doing here? Waiting on someone new. In my reflection, I see what I always do.
Thank you for the sub.
Some false direction.
Put your ass away, child!
Georgie_GG16 just subscribed. Carl's Doug.
Oh my god, the resubs. Hello? Hello? Thank you guys. Andy, feel better doll. Thank you for 40. Oh my god, 40. Lexi for 15. Happy Pride, baby. And Georgie for 46. Yippee! Thank you. Mimi's good. She's just sicky. Poor thing. Like, even this morning I woke up.
To me? Well, I
And she was right next to me, and I'm like, oh, I don't want to leave her. Like, I just feel really bad. I don't know. They stack up when you don't stream for 3 weeks. Yeah, true. Well, it's been 3 days. But, like, still, I get it. I understand. It's a lot for me. It's a lot for me.
Put your ass
Yeah,
away,
Crash,
child!
I don't know. Chris, thank you for the biddies.
Donyan Rings 69
Hello,
just
Quinn.
subscribed.
Hello.
Almost 1 year baby
Pop that
Carl's
push for
Doug.
Pride. I agree. Onion, thank you for 11. How are you? Hi, Ethan. Yeah, 3 days for me feels like 5 years. It's crazy. But honestly, it was good yesterday because when I stream, like, Mia can go on my lap and stuff, but it's really good just to, like, when I'm not streaming, you can kind of see how they are a bit more, and it felt nice to do that. Because she's been a bit weird, poor thing. But she's taking her meds well. It's just the eye drop she's struggling with a little bit. I think she's a little bit better, Abby, but she's not 100%, unfortunately. But, like, she's okay. I just need to keep an eye on her extra, you know? You're a diva. Wait,
Quinn
Iva!
Broke Shield
I
just
saw your
resubbed for 6
name and I was
months.
like,
Stoked to
I
be
wonder
back
if
with you
that's the
all.
same
Red
person
heart
from
emoji,
stream.
red
That's so
heart
funny.
emoji, red
I
heart
randomly
emoji,
was like,
red
fuck
heart
it.
emoji.
I'm gonna play diva. Like, I don't play tank. And I was like, fuck it, I'm gonna do it. And I saw your name and I was like, huh, that's probably that person, but I didn't know. Quinn, good to see you, doll. Thank you for 6 months as well. And Onion for 11. And your watch streaks, guys. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Look, she's eating and drinking and everything. She got antibiotics last week when I went to the vet, so she has 2 sets of antibiotics. Hi Mobley, hi Aaron. I was letting Brooke, so I didn't do the best. Oh, Hyper. I don't have hello bound to my thing. I didn't even notice. I'm sorry, doll. I was honestly out of it. I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm just gonna have like a brain off tank round. For the seat is my face. Freedom. Hi Art. Hi Freedom. Hi Esri, by the way, and Seven.
Seven
Just
Lightning
paranormal,
just resubbed for
jeez.
40 months.
Oh
What
yeah.
kind of pants does a ghost hunter wear? Just a paranormal jeans.
Just a paranormal.
Happy
Well, I'm gonna
40
use
months,
that.
Carla.
I told a joke the other day, and I was really. Well, I saw it, and then I told it over the weekend. Guys, I have things to tell you about my weekend. Crazy. I was watching someone play Expedition 33 on Saturday, and the voice actress for. Oh wait, no way, David.
Put your
That's
ass
sick.
away, child.
Hell yeah. Hi, Brett.
Undeezy did just subscribe.
And the leader of the team. we were
39
talking
is
to
kinda
introduce himself.
like 109 if you have absolutely no concept of time, counting, math, etc.
Whoa.
Less than 3 much to think about Digix spin.
That's crazy, Morgan, and it really makes you think. Guys, thank you for all the resubs. Resub hype train. Thank you, thank you. I want to tell you how much of a menace I was. By the way, today, honestly, I just feel like doing random shit. So I don't want to play Is This Seat Taken? I was watching Whiskey yesterday, and I loved what he was doing. So I'm going to take a card out of his book. A page out of his book, sorry. He was playing that color game, that color matching game I was playing the other day, but he was closing his eyes, and only you guys look at the color, and then you have to try and describe the color to me. So I was like, that's funny. I'm gonna try that with all of you. So I thought that could be fun. And then I don't know, maybe we play Overwatch. I don't know. I just kind of like, I just didn't really know what I wanted to do today, but I wanted to spend time with you. Terrible. Let's do it. Exactly. And then maybe some RBT, because today we have a lot of friend stuff this week, guys, which is going to be so good. I know I love Whiskey so much. Crash.
Put your ass away, child.
Terrible. Let's do it. It's so
N0
funny.
at
Hi, Noah.
1994 just subscribed.
Oh, that's so cute.
My parents are visiting me in my town for the first time in 10 years.
Iconic.
We just had a great day at the San Diego Zoo with my daughter and
That's
fiance.
beautiful. What was your daughter's
Kermit
favorite
Love.
animal? Thank you for 55 and Morgan. Ooh. Guys, what the hell? Drunk, hello. Oh my god, I want to catch you up. Something funny happened on Friday night that I want to tell you. I'll explain my whole weekend. Gotcha! Thank you
Exhausted
so
drunk
much.
just resubbed for 9
Guys, thank
months.
you for the resubs. That's so kind. Gran just got off. Maybe more Overwatch with Gran. Maybe. Oh, yeah, I guess. Technically, if she wants to, we could. She does not care about the animals, to be honest. Oh, right. Yeah, that's fair. San Diego mentioned. Hi, Joe. How are you, doll? Hello, hello. I'll message her. I'll see if she can be fact. Let's message. If you can be better. Okay, message. I would be a cat. Honestly, a cat. I don't want to shit in a box, but also like, if I was Mimi, god damn it, I would be the happiest girl on earth. Whole weekend. Arcane, hello. Oh my god, wait, Henry, that looks sick. Shit in my box. Whoa. I'm kidding. Riddle, hello. What did I want to tell you? I was waiting to either catch it on sale or not be unemployed to broke. So I'm unemployed and broke to buy it, so I'm excited to watch you play. I love shit like this. I'm so excited. I was shit in a box in exchange for nap all day. In exchange, true. Okay, so the weekend. So what did Gran say? I totally get she can't be bothered. Yeah, so fair. Gran wants to be a bit non-verb. She's so tired. So we can play with Gran, but we won't hear
Kimpanini
her,
just
which
subscribed.
totally understand.
Carl's Kermy love, Carl's Kermy love, Carl's
Kim,
Kermy love.
hello, my love. Thank you for 61. How are you? Every stream since before Japan. Yeah. This is Overwatch later. Yeah. But you can always pop on with
Maguzi
me.
just resubbed for 24
Yeah,
months.
Grant's had some big days.
Pansexual pride.
Magusi, thank you for 2 years. Holy shit. Mamma mia, guys, these massive resubs today. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate it. So much. So much. Got two huge days coming up. I know. I found cheese that's like if Parmesan was soft. And what cheese is it? Do you know the name? Prompt hello. Guys, you know what's so crazy? You know what is crazy? I would do a 24-hour again. I loved it. It was hard. There was a few hours I was like, fuck, I'm not going to make it. But now that I know I'm capable, like my next, because I'm doing these little goals that like don't matter if we hit, but just to have them there. Because I always have a goal up anyway. My next goal was like a big stream with mum. But honestly, I think my next goal after that, I'll just do another 24-hour goal. I had so much fun. Like, it was just fun. I had a good time. I don't know. Fell asleep right as stream ended. I was there. -2 hours. Yeah. Happy Pride, Arcane. Let's all meet up at Geyser Us in Japan. Yeah. Arcane, I don't know how I did it, babe. I don't know how I did it. You promised though, because I missed the last one. Of course. I know, Axel, but I'm glad you slept though. Mimi's okay. I'm keeping an eye on her. Like, she's okay, but I also just want to make sure that, you know, I'm just keeping an eye on her, you know? No, it was good, Ethan. I'm sorry you were sick as well. Sorry. Yeah, mum messaged me and she's like, goal for cooking stream with, because you can use, what's it called? You could use Twitch emotes on iMessage. So she used the side eye. You know how she's obsessed with the side eye? So she's excited. But she always uses that fucking side eye. I'm like, she'll be like, I love you, side eye. And I'm like, do you? Like, why? Do you? Like, why are you using that emote? Like, she just uses it. She could say, Grandpa died, rest in peace, side eye. And I'm like, girl, that's not how you use it. But you know what? Who am I to tell? Who am I? Thank you, Arcane. It was good. You know what was funny? So, flash back to last week. I finished my 24-hour. Yeah, it's my face. Yeah. And I was up so I finished stream. I was up for 3 more hours after stream. Honestly, I could have kept streaming. I really could have. Anyway. And I was playing and talking with Graham because like I didn't want to sleep early. Thank you for the hype train, guys. That's really nice. Rip Grandpa. And so I was just talking to Gran and playing Overwatch with her, which is insane. And then I was like, okay, I'll take a little nap. She's like, okay, only nap for 30 minutes though, because you will feel like shit. And I napped for an hour and a half. Felt like shit. She was right. And then I got up because I was like, I want to sleep at a normal time. Like, I don't want to sleep all day because then I'm screwed. And then I ended up going to bed at 11 p.m. Sorry. So stream ended at 9 a.m. to put in context. Don't know how. I felt really good. Weird. But then the following days, I felt awful. And then I had a birthday. Guys, get this. I had a birthday that started at 12 p.m. because we were trying to stay up for the Arsenal game, which was at 2 a.m. I was out, girl. I was out for 18 hours sober. No wonder I slept in this morning. I'm like, girl, what are you doing? What are you doing? I was awake though. That's the issue because of the 24-hour. I was awake. Anyway, the silent disco was good. Putting one over the butt. Daniel, so much happened. So let me backtrack. So Friday night, the silent disco comes, okay? I was really pumped for the silent disco, even though I was absolutely exhausted. And there was 3 channels at the silent disco. Red was techno, because you can see it on the thing. So like, if you see someone busting it down, you can be like, oh, I got to switch to red channel. So there was red channel, which was techno. Blue was like hip hop mixed. And it was in an art gallery. So green was either silence or a waterfall sound. I don't know. Connie, hello. And so I was like, okay, I'm going to try and prank people here. So I put on the green channel, which had nothing playing. And I danced like I've never danced in my life. I was busting it down. Like I was breakdancing. I was crumping because I wanted people to see that and go, fuck, what is she listening to? Like a nice prank, right? A harmless prank. Guys, I can't tell you how many people switched to green. I'm talking like 15 to 20 people switched to green and was like, and I'm like crumping, shaking ass. Like I was going hard, and people were like, what the fuck? Like, what is she listening to? And there was this group of people next to us, and they looked at me, and I was like, and I put my thing down, and she's like, you bitch. I'm like, I know, I got you. She's like, I trusted you. I thought you were listening to something good. I'm like, nope. Anyway, so funny. And then whatever, we switched over. And then I switched to green like an hour later, and it had like this, it was art, but like it was a drum, like a, kind of like a, I don't know, like I don't know. It was just this weird drum beat. And it actually was good. So I was dancing to it, and I looked at her and I was like, switch. And she's like, no, I'm not switching. I'm like, I swear to God, it's good. Please switch. Like, because she thought I was lying. She thought I was getting her again. But she did switch, and she's like, oh, okay, cool. But like, I looked like the biggest liar. It was so funny. It was the best. But no, it was actually really, really fun. It was really, really good. And then and then Saturday came, and it was a good time. But so it was my friend's birthday, and he had booked a table, because he's English. He booked a table in the sports bar in the Star Casino to watch the game, because this game was like big for him. And I don't think the bar understood the massacre that was going to happen, because it was packed. Like, people were probably sitting at our table, and we walked up and we're like, hey, we have a booking. And they're like, yeah, sorry, the bookings don't count. Like, people just rushed in and we couldn't hold your seat. Like, it's just, you have to line up, sorry. And the line was so long, and I was gutted for him, because this was his birthday. He was super excited for it. So like, we snuck around the side, and then I was talking to the security guard. And you know when security guards, like, obviously they have no power in their day-to-day life. So when they're a security guard, they're a bit of a cunt, because it's like, that's where at work they have power, and they're just being an asshole. And this bold fuck was like talking to me, and I'm like, hey, listen, people are leaving. The security said when people leave, we can go in. We have a booking. We have a table. Like, can we just go in? People are leaving. And he goes to me, shut up. And I went, sorry? I was like, excuse me? Why are you telling me to shut up, bro? You told us that we could go in if people are leaving. People are leaving. I can see it with my eyes. Can we go in? And he was just being a cunt to me. And then he turned his back to us, and we just walked in. And then people saw us do that. So then everyone was going under the barricades, running in. And he looked at me, and I was like, we just walked in. No, incel response, right? We just barged in, and we found our table, and it was fine. But it was crazy, because I was like, telling me to shut up? Bro, you're messing with the wrong gap. You don't want this smoke, babe. You don't want this smoke. What's his name? Let me add him. And then the security guard later on, everyone was like pretty animated in the bar, because it was a big game. So like grown men like being crazy, obviously. And then a security guard came up to me, and I must have been like talking about something, and he was like, hey, can you like not be so animated? Around all these men who were like animated. And the guys with me were like, are you kidding me? That's sexist, bro. Like, everyone's going crazy, and you're going up to me because I have hand movements. And then they apologize, because I'm like, what? Like, what? I'm sober, and I just have a lot of hand gestures. And I was being targeted, not the 1,000 sweaty guys going absolute bonkers in there. I'm like, girl, I'm gonna absolutely, I don't know. I don't know what I'm gonna do, but it's okay. We survived it. But it was just like stupid. It was just stupid. Riddle. But anyway, I understand there's people who are like, please be quiet. But yeah, no, true. And like, everyone's being a menace. Like, people were barging in again. And I was in the line to get drinks for the guys. Because I was like, they're watching the soccer. Like, I'm happy to line up. I don't care. Like, I'll do that. But it was a 40-minute line. So I was, like, talking to randos in the line. And then people were barging in and, like, pushing the line down. And, like, obviously, like, I had someone with me. So they were, like, helping me out. But, like, everyone else was being animals. But I got spoken to. But I got stood up for, which was nice. They were standing up for me. But I'm like, what the fuck? Like, what are we doing? What are we doing here? It was crazy. But anyway, that was my weekend. No wonder I was tired today. Honestly, probably silly that I went to that, but I was like, no. Maybe it'll be easier to stay up for the footy since I was staying up a lot today, you know?
Shabiwu just subscribed. Well,
Daniel,
look at all
don't
the
worry
months.
about it.
Just lovely.
It's the Star
Anywho,
Casino in Sydney,
Here's
Chris.
my obligatory good luck with your dog.
Good luck with your
How's Terry?
dog. Sheeby, thank you. How are you, doll? How's Cardinal as well? Thank you for 54. I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. Honestly, I'm glad I left early, Daniel. Because I walked out to get some space during the overtime. That's insane. I know. I'm a wee bit drunk. That's okay, darling. Thank you for all the resubs, guys. So we're playing as a seat taken. Now, I really don't know what to expect with this. I think you just have to put people in seats and they have like, I don't want to sit here. I don't want to, like, I want a window seat. I want this seat. But I think it gets harder and harder. We will be doing RBT after this, I think, just to like, I just want to. Fuck it. This game is so fun. I've always wanted to play this. I just didn't know if I could play it on stream, but I was like, oh, maybe we could. Maybe it's a good like little chatting game. Sorry. Oh my god, Daniel, really? Oh shit. This is a good idea. I shall join you. We all shall. Oh, is my tea cold? Wait. You can do anything you put your mind to. Thank you, doll. No, I really didn't have oh wait, let me tell you about the week. Let me tell you about the week first. Let me get this up. So, tomorrow we have Friend Swap. So we're going back to the back rooms. There's been a hot fix. And then I think Bogo's binted. That's tomorrow. I'll do something at the starter stream. I might play Busbound at the starter stream, but I'm not sure because I suggested it to Chris. Because the day after US Wednesday, Chris is like, we should have a game day together. And I was like, yes, we haven't in a while. And I suggested Busbound to him because I think it would be funny to play Busbound with Chris because he has a wheel. So we're figuring out what we're playing together. And then the day after US Thursday, we're gaming with Gran. We're playing Backseat Driver, which we've all wanted to do. We've wanted to play Backseat Driver for so long. That's going to be absolutely chaotic with Gran. And then we are doing Lockdown Protocol for the first time in so long. And Gran will be joining that lobby as well. The lobby is Granny, Carla, Sammy, Chris, Blizz, Maddie, Aries, Crispy, Bewick, and Mick. So we have an absolute stacked lobby for Lockdown Protocol. So this week, I will admit, it's very friend sloppy. It's going to be, this is like kind of our day to kind of talk and be cute because we have a lot going on this week. We have a lot going on, but it's going to be so much fun. So, yeah. Beck, 66-month mod anniversary. I love that. That's new, guys. 66 months. Beck, that is absolutely insanity. I love it. Oh my god. Carla said, happy Pride. I sure did. Thank you so much. Original YouTube series last night. Oh, really? How long is the series? Happy Pride Month, y'all. So yeah, I didn't expect to have such a friend sloppy week, but you know what? It's going to be super fun. I'm very excited. About 3 hours? Ooh, okay. Okay. Yes, that's why today I wanted to be like extra cute with each other. Cause like, you know, cause Thursday I'm seeing mum in the morning and then I'll be playing with which is your Wednesday, sorry. I'm playing with, Chris. Barcelona! We can I just want to hold hands. Would you kindly place me in the vehicle? Sure can. Well, this is cute. No worries. Oh, shit. Sit by the window. Yes, there's two of us, 2 window seats. Oh, you want to do 2 window seats? Okay. I want to be alone. Okay. Let's go. Oh no. This ride's on me. Go ahead. You're the famous rider. Come on, just a little indie movie. I'd give anything to be in a little indie. I wish you auditioned for it. I know. Wait. I want to be by the window. I want to be with Lexus. Okay, cool. Yeah. Enjoy your lurks, guys. This is gonna get so hard, isn't it? This is gonna get so hard. I'm gonna crash out. I want to sit in the direction of the vehicle. I want to be by the window. Direction of the vehicle. I want to be with Olivia. I want to be by the window. Okay. I want to be alone. I want to be alone. This ain't a taxi. Oops. Ay, caramba! Did we get it right? Okay, cool. This is gonna get so hard. This is gonna get so hard. Some holes are so painful. Oh! I forgot to shower. Want to be by the window. Forgot to shower. Forgot to shower here. Oh no. Oh no, wait. I don't know like back to. Oh, we can put them together. I want to be alone. Where are you? You're here. You are here. Oh. Okay, I think we did it. Hi, pig. Let me see it, doll. Let me see it. Pig is hello, doll. Want to get my mum? Actually, mum would probably like. Mum would be able to play this one as well. Also, who likes licorice? Who might have turned down a limo? I feel like it's so like either people fucking love it or they hate it with passion. Not me. I fear fair. Anyone? I have gay licorice, guys. Aguna. Okay, Stinky. Stinky. Want to be alone? By window. I think we did it. Wait, why am I, Oh, it's a mod thing. 3 years? It's a new thing, Bobby. It's a new thing. Okay, Riddle, here's the thing. Here's the thing. If a bottle of water was out on the bench, I can drink it. Like, I don't mind room temp if it's a bottle of water. If it's tap, I need it to be cold. Bob, Bobby. Mimi's a little sicky girl, but she's okay. I spent a bit of extra time with her in bed this morning, so I'm late. Whoopsies. I like when they're stinky and don't want to sit next to people who are stinky. Wait, did someone say they like stank? Bottle of water! Water bottle! Never apologize, real. Oh shit, there's so many. Oh, it's a movie theater. Oh no. Ooh, Bizzle, I've never heard of it. I know, little Mimi girl. Handles? I want to steal popcorn. Okay, I eat popcorn. I cannot see well from far away. I want to be with Mur. Where's Mur? Row 3. Oh. Oh, okay, wait. Row 2. Popcorn. Parent. Parent. Nice. I don't want to be seated next to a kid. I eat popcorn. Okay. Damn. Oh, handies. Dad, you're like, what? I like going to the movies in the morning because there's barely anyone there. Oh, smart. Yeah, people, you know what's crazy? Well, it's always been like this, but I feel like extra these days is people just do whatever they want in the movies. Like when I went to Obsession, there were these girls right at the back, and after everything that happened, they were like, oh, that's because of that. Why are we talking? Hi, Snail. I want to be with my parent. Finch. Yeah, shut the fuck up. Riddle, same. Wait till the light go dim. In a dirty seat. Okay. I eat popcorn. I want to be with Nat. Where's Nat? Stinky. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Oh, row 2. Okay, there. We're all happy. Want to be alone. I want to be with row 1, no bad smells. Okay. We got it! No, no, speak on it, Beck. Speak on it. I can really imagine it can be a pain. You know what's so bad now? I am used to it. I'm used to people just being weirdos. Orchids, exactly. Why are we yapping? Hat Wars. Oh, true. It probably was COVID. You're right. Oh, Mike, I haven't heard of that. Oh, Arcane. Real. Oh, something else that I want to say about movies these days. And I know some people won't agree with this, but most of you will agree with this. And this goes with if you're in like a KFC, a fast food restaurant. It might be different in the States, but I don't think so. And then movies. Why are we leaving our popcorn and our drinks. Pick it up and put it in the bin provided when you leave. What are we doing? Because their job is to vacuum and make sure everything's tidy. Their job isn't to put your trash in the bin. Now, again, different countries, different places, they might say, no, you leave it, but in ours, put it in the bin. I'm telling you, we sat down at our seat, right? And this couple came up to us and they said, hey, do you mind if you move to that seat? Because we booked that seat and we're hoping to get people to switch to, so we could sit together. And we're like, yep, no worries. What nice people. They asked nicely. They were very, very, very thankful. Like, yeah, of course. Easy does it. When the lights came up and they left, it was awful. Everything they ate on their seat, cups, popcorn, everything on the ground. I'm like, oh, I shouldn't have moved for you. That's crazy. Yeah, bigger bins would be great. But we have bins. So how Aussie theaters work, and I'm sure some of yours do too. Each side you can leave, and there's 2 big bins, and usually staff with a bag as well as you walk out. They get full pretty quickly if you do chuck your shit out. But there's bins provided. You know? Yeah, Beck, true.
Put your ass away,
I feel like a vent
child.
is pretty big.
Shaping underscore it underscore up just
Yeah,
subscribed.
tell 'em.
Clean up after yourselves,
Tell
you
'em.
lazy so-and-sos. Carl's gun.
Bins are tiny. Oh no. Shaping, they're even 62. I'm wearing my big hat. So funny. I love wearing my big hat. Center of the room. Hi, dude. Yeah, it really grinds my gears. Because I'm like, what are we doing here? What are we doing? Put your stuff in the bin. Oh. Oh, they don't mind. Okay, I want to be with Oliver. Two people in. Me breaking out the sun hats early. I love my big hair. Yeah, Beck, that as well. Hi, Tony. How are you? You leave with your outside trash. Real. A dirty seat. So dirty. Oh. Well, you're stinky. Oh, they don't mind stank. That's okay. I ate popcorn. Yay! Oh, good morning, Tony. If you don't take your cart back to the rack, I hate you. You know what? Okay, this is what I hate as well. But again, I know this is a little bit like iffy because certain places, you know, their job might include cleaning up the tables. So I don't think fast food does, right? I think it's just restaurants. But I hate, like, I've been with people before. We've been in like a Macca's or a KFC, and they have bins provided where you put your tray and everything. You just put your trash in the bin. And like, I'll go to do it, and the person would be like, that's their job. They're getting paid. And it's like, they're paid to wipe the desk, not to put your trash in the bin. I hate that. Like, unless they are actually, that's in their job description, I don't want it. Put it in the bin. Put it in the bin. I don't like that mentality. I don't like it. And the number of times a parent will leave a group of 7-10-year-olds alone. Oh, real, Beck, real. With a bendy straw is crazy. Yeah, it's not full restaurant service. Exactly. If they're not coming to take your order and you're not, like, just put it in the bin. I don't like it. I play loud music. I don't like bad smells. I want an aisle seat. Oh, they're a kid. Okay. I don't like it. I don't like it. I was just so shocked with... I've never seen a theater that dirty before. Oh, no. I want to stand. Oh, that's fun. I want to talk to someone. Oh.
So you see, that's where the trouble began. That smile.
That damn smile. Henry, thank you.
Homer Huddle has gifted 2 subs.
Orchards, exactly. Henry, that's really nice. Thank you. That's really kind of you. Thank you. Like, don't leave your shit all over the table, scrape you. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We're in a cinema in Perth that had a rat infestation so bad that people were having rats. Oh, Beck. Oh my God. I'll take it, books. Cannot stand loud music. Want to talk to someone. Nobody listens to me. Oh, that's so sad. Okay, wait. Sorry, I'm listening to you. I'm listening to you. I didn't go, but there was a footage of it. That sounds ridiculous. Gordon, you're... My God. Sharing the Clun's brain cell with Wenry tonight. Yep. I also want to try that color thing. Will you wake me up when I get to school? No fair, you've always been asleep on the bus. Oh. I want to talk to someone. I don't like bad smells. Yeah, I'm gonna... I want to be by the window. You are by the window. Oh. Oh. Oh, you're fine. Okay. Want to sleep? I want an aisle seat. I can't sleep. Why can't you sleep? You're fine. Okay, wait. There we go. Okay. I saw that, Daniel. Mamma mia. Striker, thank you, doll. How was your weekend? So expensive. Isn't that like double for me? Isn't that 1,000 AUD? Ari! Hello, doll. How are you? Wait, was that... What color is Homer's skin in The Simpsons? It'll be that website, yeah, Daniel. Not Daniel, sorry, Henry. But you know that color one we were playing before we got to that one, which I will do? I'm going to do the normal color game, but I'm going to close my eyes when it shows the color for the 3 seconds. And then you guys will look and you'll have to try and explain it to me, which is going to be even harder, but fun. Yeah, but I'm going to play that probably after this. And then we'll do RBT. Oh my God, Goob. So expensive. And then we'll do some RBT and then maybe like a FASCAP or something. I don't know. I just feel like playing some games. So we're doing this and then we're playing... Were you there, Daniel? Or have you seen that color game where you match the... Like, it'll show you a color for 3 seconds and then you have to use a color wheel to find the color? We'll play that, but only chat's gonna look at it. I love that game normal. We'll play the color game and then we'll do some RBT. Oh yes, how was it? Watching the goat play Faz, trying to get some tips and tricks to not suck so hard. You're the best! Thanks for saying hi. I hope the party was lovely. Maybe Pikachu was really a Simpsons character. True. I forget what it's called. It's something kind of chill. Cannot stand loud music. I want to sleep. I don't like bad smells. I think we're good. Woo! You're gonna tell me what the color is. I saw Whiskey do it yesterday and I was like, that's so fun and I feel like I'll It'll be hilarious because I'll be really bad at that. Brandy below. Next level. This is getting hard. There's always one. There's always one. Hi, Lapis. How are you, Dom? Oh no, it's a dance floor. I'm good. I want to dance. I don't like strong odors. I want to dance. I put you over here. You can dance. Wait. Why can't you dance here? Oh. Is this the dance floor? Wait, am I... How do I make him dance? Oh, I'm in the band. Okay. Oh, you have to make the... Okay. Gotcha. Oh, they're dancing now. I do not want to dance. Woo! There's a sound one. A sound one? School cafeteria PTSD? Listen. Oh, there's more. Oh no. I'm wearing too much cologne. I want to dance. I can't breathe. Oh, you don't like strong odors, right? I'm wearing too much cologne. I want to sit. I want to be near the speaker. I don't want to dance. Okay. I want to be near the speaker. God, picky? You have to replicate it. Like with your voice? Because I could do that. For needs. Wait, I too have complaints of needs, but give no obvious signs to fix them. A clip of ping? No, it's like a scale thing. Damn it! Because I want to replicate it with my mouth. Brussels? Jared, are you home? Coca-Cola, hello! Guys, I'm worried about how hard this game's gonna get. Because I know it's gonna get hard. I want to be with Tia. I'm wearing too much cologne. I want to sit. I want to dance. I cannot stand loud music. I'm wearing too much cologne. Okay, that's fine. I want to dance. Smelly. Really? Who has cologne? Oh. Okay. I want to dance. I want to dance. You're wearing too much cologne. Oh, I don't want to dance. Okay. Cannot stand loud music. I want to dance. Oh my god. Okay, we did it. When you know it's gonna get hard, you just I'm so scared. Your chat was broken. This. Oh my god. Good. Guys, welcome home, Jaren. There's color, sound, time, and shape. Oh, we are playing that. That's what I felt like today. I just felt like random ass games and just yaps. I want toast. Oh, toast in this game would actually be so good. And a hot chocolate. When it's time to give Mia her meds, I'm going to do that. I'm going to make toast and a hot chocolate. Guys, I'm so happy to be here. This is the perfect day. This is the day I wanted. I just wanted a little slumber party vibe. We needed this. Abby's Lurk and Freedom. Toast and hot chocolate, right? Because, again, if you don't know the plans this week, guys, tomorrow we're doing friend slops. We're going back to Backrooms and Bogo Binted. The day after, we're meant to be playing games with Chris. I will see if that's still a thing, but that's our vibe. And then the day after, we have Gran. And then we have a huge lockdown protocol lobby. So crazy. Crazy vibes. Crazy vibes this week. I kind of feel like playing Overwatch later too. I don't know. We'll see. I want to dance. I do not like strong odors. Okay, so over here. We're going to get the band on. I want to dance. I forgot to shower. I want to dance. Do not want to dance. Yippee! Yum. Yeah, toast and a hot chockey. Because I've been getting, so with one half of her meds, I crush up because she takes one pill a day, but in half. So I crush it up and then put it in some wet food and she licks the bowl clean. So she's being a very good girl. I do not want to dance. Fair. Yippee! Aww. Take that chance in Brussels, babe. Come on. Go to Brussels. Yeah, Dial GG. I'm excited to play that. I don't know. Just a random gal today, you know? I'm uncomfortable. I do not want to dance. Error. That's fair. I want to dance. I cannot stand loud music. I want to dance. I want to dance. I want to be with Tio. I want to sit. Smelly. Where's cologne? Oh. Smelly. Who has cologne? Oh. I want to dance. I cannot stand loud music. I'm wearing too much cologne. Guys, come on now. Where's Tio? Okay. Oh my god. Riddle. Guys, chill with the cologne. I would rather cologne over stinky. Chill. Chill, baby, chill. Oh my god. I don't want to dance. I want to dance. I forgot to shower. Okay. I want to dance with somebody. I want to be the speaker. Wearing too much cologne. I want to dance. Yippee! Why do I feel maternal towards these little freaks? Wait, same. I'm skipping the yaps. Daniel, I think that's one of the craziest things you've said. You're so right. You're so right. I mean, you salt and pepper your food, right? Like, why are we not seasoning? I don't want to dance. I want to dance. I want to dance. I'm wearing too much cologne. I want to be with Tio. Oh, we did it. Sorry for the visual. That's okay, babe. Wish was getting so crash. There was a color I kept telling myself. Daniel Tennant's TARDIS, and I kept actually making it too blue. Real. Real. Crazy time to talk about showers. You're real. Guess what I got, guys, by the way. Vovos. If you know, you know. I haven't had a Vovo in years. I used to call them Volvos. I don't know why. Bob, hello!
I think it's a goose. Okay.
Wait, am I just doing the same level over and over? I just realized. Oh, we're in... I was doing the same level over and over. I was like... I was like, this is the same fucking level. What are we doing? What? Why doesn't it make you go next? Bob, thank you for the raid. How was your stream? I made a boo-boo. Okay, we're so back, guys. We're so back. Is this the right one? Am I in the right level now? I cannot stand loud music and I want to talk to someone. I want to stand. Winnie, where are you, Winnie? Oh, I gotta put them here. Getting dizzy. Oh, grow up. Sorry, guys. It was what? What did you play? I want to talk to someone. I don't like bad smells. I want to be with my parent. Evelyn. God, complain, complain, complain. Do you ever have a day you can smell... Okay. I thought Daniel said... That's crazy. That's crazy. What did you drink? Hi, Raiders. Welcome in. Welcome in, sweetie. Welcome in. I hope you are having a great time. Tequila. Hi, Core. I didn't know so many people loved this game. This is so cute. I've always wanted to play. Hobby horsing in. Well, someone made a game about it and it's insane. It's called Hobby Horse. Is that... Okay, is hobby horsing when they have like the horse on the stick and the humans are the horse? Like they pretend to be a horse and do like... No way! Are you kidding? What is this game? What is this game? Are you kidding me? No user reviews sends me to the moon. Customize your horse. Beat the difficulties. Earn bonuses. You ate. Not it saying you ate is crazy. I am absolutely dying. Send that to Chris and say plans tomorrow? You playing this would be hilarious. What? That is crazy. Thank you for letting me know about this game. You playing this would be hilarious? What the fuck? Hi, Mickey. How are you? What's the time? I'm gonna give Mia her med soon. Please, that's so funny. I gotta give Mimi her meds. Do you want words with friends while I med and toast up? I'll literally be like 5 minutes max, but if you want some words, I can give you some words. I want to sleep. I want to talk to someone. I don't like strong odors. I'll be there in a second. Who wants to talk? I want my backpack next to me. Oh. Stinky. I want to be alone. You forgot to shower. I want an aisle seat. I do not like strong odors. You're talking here. What? Oh. Who do you want to talk to? Girl. Guys, hold. Talk, 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 talk. Does anyone else want to talk? Can I move this guy? By the window, by the window. Getting dizzy. Smelly. Who's smelly? Bit. I can't breathe. Oh my god, girl. Thank you for the sub.
Put your ass away, child!
Okay. Oh my god.
Page_Mac just subscribed. Ayo Clunts, happy Tuesday.
God, Jesus Christ. Everyone has something they want from me. Paige, thank you for 9. Happy Tuesday. How are you, doll? Hey, how are ya? Thank you so much for 9. I appreciate you. Thank you. That was absolutely crazy. Not more people getting on. No one can fit in here. No one can fit in here. No. Oh, this is going to be hell on earth. I want to be with Nat. I want to be by the window. You want to be next to Asher? Well, I can't do that. Need your bag? Girl, I can't make that happen unless I move all of these people. Do they want to sit or nah? Alright, Stinky's happy. Who's upset? I want to stand. Well, you can't. You can't stand. Kitty is sicky, but she's okay. She's alright. Wait, does someone want to talk? I want to talk. I want to talk. I want to talk. I want to talk. Okay, we got to do a big overhaul here. I don't know what to do here. I knew this game would get to a point where I'm like, okay, let's lock in. Let's lock in. All right, where's Evelyn? I want to stand. And you want to be with your parent. I don't want to be next to a kid. Oh god. Oh god. I do, Mickey. But what the hell is this? Hold. Okay. So they're happy. They're happy. They want to be next to... Oh, we did it. Oh my god. Jesus. Girl. Bumps. Yeah, that was my first one where I was like, oh, grow up. What do you want from me? Hi, Mac. How are you? Hello? Okay, I cannot stand talking. I want to talk to someone. I want to read. I want my backpack next to me. I want to be by the window. I cannot stand talking. Alright, who do you want to talk to? Who's upset? Who's smelly? Oh, you're wearing too much cologne. Oh, okay. I'm so excited for Jason 2. Oh my goodness. So excited. Did you play the PTB? Yes, Zeph! That would be crazy. That would be crazy. I'm on my Overwatch grind again, Mac. I'm on my Overwatch grind again. I fear I've fallen into the grind of Overwatch again. That's my off-stream game. And on-stream, I did a 24-hour last week, so I played that a few times. Yeah, I want to play James Bond next week, I think. Next level, okay. A few times? Yeah, true. Perhaps a salad? I do not want to eat fries. I want to eat fries. I want to drink coffee. I want to... Oh, shush. That's ridiculous. Oh, you can move them. Okay. Oh, you can move it. I was gonna say, I was like, girl. Got one Smurf account to GM. Oh my god, wait! We should play! I finally, like, am doing comp for the first time, and I finally made it to gold. After being in bronze. Well, I was in bronze. When I played, like, last year, I couldn't get a bronze. And then this time around, I got out of bronze really quickly. And then silver pretty quickly, actually. So I'm on my way to plat. Yes, there is. There is. So US Thursday. Sydney Friday, like Australian Friday. We're playing Lockdown. I'm very excited. I ask, how are you? We should. Are you, what's your week looking like? I want to drink coffee. Can you get more coffee? Oh, okay. I can do this. I want to eat a burger and you want to be with your parent. Who's your parent? Zoe. Want to be alone. Yay! Free from next Tuesday. Oh, nice. Perfect. Yeah, I'm down. I'm down to run games. It's my favorite at the moment. I think this is my... I think officially I am committing to Overwatch long term. Because usually I play for like a month and then stop, but I really want to grind to plat. Just got back from a big drive for my cousin's graduation. Oh my god. How big was the drive? Chew loudly. I do not... There you go. Have some fries. I want to eat a burger. Fries. Fries. Oh, you can share food? That's crazy. You're just sharing? Guys, imagine going to a restaurant and you're like, hey, I want some fries. And then someone comes up and goes, hey, me too, want to share? Honestly, I would share with a stranger. I don't mind sharing. I really don't. But a lot of people wouldn't like that. It's like having a text main convo and a Snapchat convo on 2 different topics. Real. Oh, ask real. Real. You need phone numbers to link. What? Oh my god. What role do you play most of? Is it DPS? Oh no, are you a tank? I cannot stand chewing noises. I want to be with Val. Now, what the hell is this? Okay, we're fine. Tracer Soldier Reaper. Oh, you would, you sneaky slut. No, but seriously, that sounds sick. I'm thirsty. You want to drink coffee? Oh, we need to share. They need to share a coffee. What the hell? Oh my god. They're crazy. I might be playing Overwatch on stream in a little bit, or a little bit later. We can just quick play and vibe. You don't want to be next to a kid. Oh, you want to be alone too? What the hell? I want to drink something. Oh, they're allowed chewer. Oh god. Wait, I can do this. Where's Val? Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. Now what the hell? My parent Evelyn. Where's Evelyn? My god, this guy. Jesus. I want to eat a burger. Hi, Cammy. How are you? This is gonna make me crash out. Okay, wait. I want to be with Evelyn. Where the fuck is Evelyn? Okay. I want to be with Val. I don't want to be next to a kid. Oh my god. Oh my god. That was crazy. I honestly... I was about to start shit. I was about to start shit. Go. Axel, if you're still here, what's your support comp rank? Yes, mama. Are we? You're plat, aren't you? Or gold? Or did you rank down this weekend? Is that what you're telling me? Because I lost a lot of games too, to be fair. No, I lost it. Yeah. No, I understand. I had some really bad games. I had this... Okay. Now, I'm not one to blame. Okay? But the fact of the matter is, we had a tank who didn't create space. I think they were new to tank. Because I had more kills in the tank. They just weren't doing anything. And it was very frustrating because everyone else was really trying, but they really just didn't. They just didn't. That's all I'll say. Look at my phone during the movie. Ava. Where's Ava? Row 3. Oh. Oh, shut. I think I'm gold 3 as well. Axel, oh, poor thing. I'm not one to blame. I'm wearing too much cologne. It's blinding me. Oh, these guys. All right. I want to be near a kid. Does this work? How does this work then? Oh, okay. I don't get this. I don't... Oh, okay. Where's your mum? Ava, where are you, babe? stinky. Girl, I don't know what you want from me. Okay. Sorry. Not me getting absolutely pissed off. Not me saying, what do you want from me in a game I chose to play? Hi, Song, how are you? Sorry. Oh my god. Alright, I fear we'll probably move on to that color game soon and we'll run this back. I'll go until I'm like, alright, color game, guys. Color game. Oh my god. That's so funny. I'm dead. I do have to do me as meds soon. Oh no, Mickey. Lake Titicaca. Hakuna. My tatas.
Leninit just resubbed for 21
Lake
months.
Titicaca. Hakuna. And he's been called Wish Me Luck. Len, thank you so much. Lenny. How are you, doll? Thank you. That's really lovely. I want to steal popcorn. I eat popcorn. I don't want to sit someone behind on their phone. Row 3. I want to be in row 2. I don't want to sit someone behind on their phone. I don't want to be next to a kid. I don't want to sit in a dirty seat. I want to be with another kid. I look at my phone during the movie. I don't want to sit in a dirty seat. Who's upset? Oh no, I'm fucking this up. I'm fucking this up. I'm not doing so well. Want to be in row 3. Okay. Nice. Oh. Cannot stand talking. I want to steal popcorn. Who's talking? Okay. We did it. Someone that thought about looking at the phone during a movie should go to jail. Real. Wait, did I just do the same thing over and over? Oh no, we're fine. I thought I did what I did earlier and just did a restart. Want to be alone, center of the room. I eat popcorn. Where is... Okay. I want to be with Val. I want to steal popcorn. Guys, get your own popcorn. Oh. Okay. I don't want to be in St. Jersey. I don't see far away. They want to steal popcorn. Oh, okay. We're so back. Row 3, I cannot stand talking. I'm wearing my big hat. Can't stand talking. Who's talking? Oh. Guys. Hello, Marky. I don't... Where is my parent? Guys. Sierra, I'm good. How are you? This fucking game's making me giggle now. Alright, let's think. Row 2? Oh, we did it. Okay. I had to move the big hat. Fuck. Hi, Nell. How are you, doll? Yeah, where's Daryl, Mikey? God, this game really makes you think. Okay, I'll go do Mimi's meds and get toast. Do you want words with friends while I'm gone? It won't be long. It'll be like 5 min max. I just gotta crush it up and give it to her. Do you want words on stream? Tell Mimi we love her. I know, I love her. Did you message with Battle.net? Okay, perfect. Perfect. Give Mimi a little pat. Little kissies. I want a hair necklace real. Alright. I'll be back. I just have to be a mother. Head nod, sup. Okay, I'll be back.
Get some attention from these pretty girls, but you're still fenced in. Do you use it for or just the boy? Don't act like you didn't have a choice. And I've been thinking that you and I should part ways. I don't need you in my face. You think I want your cigarettes on my breath, your heart attacks in my chest. I think you might know the rest. Take a piece of me. I know you want a piece of me. Listen to me when I'm talking to you. There's a reason I'm calling you out in your room. Can't you see it? They love you. You just have to move, but you don't love yourself. So you're stuck in the groove. First time I realized I was living in this world, I was probably looking at the sky. And forgive me, but I don't know if I remember enough to say what the air was really like that day. May have been clouds or sun, don't recall. I was young.
Ooh. Okay. Okay. Okay, Papa. I participated. I'm so bad at this game. So bad. Very bad. Good night, Mikey. Have a stunning sleep. It's cold today. I'm too gone to hell. You never know. Now, this is so foul. This is so foul, but for those who have tried it and liked it, you know. I'm so sorry. A lot of you are going to be like, Carla, it's Vegemite and peanut butter. It's good, I swear. It's good. I like it. Granny, you slut. It's pretty disgusting, but it tastes good to me. I know. I know. Vegemite is an Australian staple. It's just a salty spread, pretty much. Grand's really trying. Oh. Okay. Gran, how are you, baby? I'm down to do some quick play later. Graham, you don't need to yap. We can just no comment. I can build us a team. I have a DPS ready for us. Greta's really trying while I'm guessing penis. That's so funny. Lock in. I'm available. Also, I heard you unlocked your thing. I'll be available for you, babe. Well, we have Mac, who's a go to DPS. I can be your healer. Gran can heal or tank, whatever she wants to do today. I can't believe I'm willingly playing Overwatch today. I just, fuck it, why not? I can be your healer, baby. Wait, that's really funny. If I went on comms with strangers and said that, I get banned so quick. I need a healer. I should do that. Go to a random lobby with I don't know anyone and blast on comms that and see how long it takes someone to tell me to shut up. Let's take him to the wasteland. Gren, you know what's crazy? I do love Neon. And this is crazy, guys, but I'm thinking within the hour, just so like I can get it off my chest. You know what I mean? Because we can play the color game whenever. I just really feel like playing Overwatch. I don't know what's wrong with me. This is gonna fall off. Remember that Lucio in comp? I didn't have comms on. What was he saying? I'd play more again, Brett, to be honest. I'd play more again. Knife to meet you. Oh, Mimi, did you have your meds? Oop. Clingy girl. Oh, yeah. Granny, yes. That was crazy. And we were like, can you switch? We need more healing. And then he went to Jetpack Cat. That's so funny. Girl. I gotta add Mac as well. If you're okay with me building a team with people, Gran, I'm so in. Be fun. But I understand you want to be non-verb doll. You've been working a lot. If you change your mind, you can call me, but I do understand. I do love Neon. The Death Squad. Oh my god, you smashed the goal. Guys, what the fuck? Hello? Do we pause it here? And then I'll go and I'll use it again for my next BRB? I might do that. We've got stuff to do. Alright, we'll do that. I'm gonna pause it. I'll pause it. And then we can run it back. Alright, I'm gonna play a few more levels of this, guys. And then I think I'm gonna do some Overwatch, which is crazy. I know I probably shouldn't, but I just... Screw it all to hell. I want to. I want to. So we're gonna do that. And then afterwards, we'll do some vibes. We'll just vibe it out. Follow your heart. Fuck it. Oh, a boat. I want to party. I do not like strong odors. What's the... Boring. What's party? What? Oh. Oh, they're smelly. I want to party. But they're smelly. How are they gonna Oh. Oh, they're happy. Okay. Fuck this one to hell. Are you kidding me? What the hell? Oh my god, Spud, you call me out every time. I'm the worst. Damn it. I gotta delete that plan command. I'm so bad with it. Oh my god, Axel, yes. Slay. Oh my god, Kenny, 90 months as a mod. That is crazy. They just announced it. Isn't that cool? Oh, we did it. Okay. The plan's always so wrong. Here, I'll do it. Command, edit, plan. Bit of Overwatch. Bit of RBT. Bit of fun. Thank you for the sub. Charles! Oh my
Put your ass
god!
away, child!
Chillus just subscribed.
Feels like
Carl's-
it's been forever. How are you, doll? I still like to try. I know. You're the best. Thank you so much for 10. How are you? What the hell? Oh, God. Oh, okay. I was gonna say, girl. I was gonna say, not good. Not good. Random breath test. It's an Aussie show. No, you're fine, Axel. You got time. You got time. Good luck. Fuck. It's been 12 years. I'm good, doll. Just busy. Just bloody busy. Wait, RBT. Yeah. Yeah, we'll do some Overwatch and then we'll do some RBT. Oh, poor Sam. Popping into lurk at work until that pop up. Isn't that crazy, Kenny? It's brand new. My new fave show that I learned about last week. Oh. Matthew. I want to be alone. I want to party. Oh no. It begins. It begins. More so busy bee. Isn't this year been super busy? I did, Spuds, yep. I did. I bloody did. We can do this. We're talking about Soup. Yeah, Soup was his name. Like old times. Hmm. Hmm. Matthew? Oh, we got it. Thanks, Joe. How are you? How was your weekend? Oh my goodness. No, Spud, that's so funny. I mean, so valid as well. I want to get on the boat, but also I don't want anyone near me. Fuck off. Yeah. You know what else I've been watching that I want to watch with you guys is Kitchen Nightmare episodes. They're so stupid. They're absolutely so stupid. But I love it. Oh my god, so stupid. Yeah, I'll finish Barcelona and then Mummy and Daddy are gonna go play Overwatch. But you binge them all the time. I know. It's the best. Like, that era of TV shows, you can never beat it. That and Bar Rescue. Oh, so bad. We're here. Oh. Winnie. Girl. That's crazy. Wait. Okay, we're good, we're good. Oh my god. Carla is Daddy. I'm Daddy. Spent the weekends like my friend who's getting married in a month. We pretty much just played Magic the Gathering. Oh, that's beautiful. What the hell? An idiot sandwich. Bar Rescue. Wait, is Bar Rescue Gordon as well? There was an episode. No, I'm not going to quote this right, so it's not going to be funny. But there's an episode where it was like a confessional to one of the owners, and he was like, now I'm not an angry person, but I will do something. It was really funny. That's not funny, but it was in the moment. Hotel Nightmares. Ooh. Hotel Nightmares will be good too. You are relaxing. Oh, okay. Oh, yes. I haven't seen a Hotel Nightmare in a while. We should watch one of those. And that's Gordon as well? Is Gordon doing Hotel Nightmares as well? Same, Charles. Same. Absolutely same. Riddle. True. You're right. You're right. All right. We're nearly done. Once I'm done with the 43, I'm gonna, this might be the last one. We'll switch over. But we're definitely gonna play this again. This is fun. His latest doc, really? Oh, he doesn't want to be next to Ellison. That's crazy. What? We're close. We're close. Ah, we did it. Live caper, huh? Woo! We did it! Yay, yay, yay. Hey, hi Lily, life. Jaren, how are you feeling after your trip? Next level. Okay, levels. Woo, yippee! Nice, we have one more level. Yay, yay, yay! Brent, are you ready now or do you need more time? Because I'll watch an episode or something if you need more time. If not, I'm going to open it up. No. Wait, guys. For those who know, no. Ready? No, 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 no. Don't do that! I thought we were going to have a nice time! If you know, you know. Never go to Brussels. Really? Seeing it tonight? Don't do that! I saw it a couple weeks ago. Oh, I'm sorry, Nikki. Whoopsies! Oh, Nikki. Awful name, right? Awful username now. Poor thing. It's surrounding you. I'm joking. Why doesn't matter? No, I'm not holding out. No, no, no. Guys, for those who've seen it, I'm going to say a few words for us to bond over it without giving it away. Brick. Sandwich. Poo. Nikki, weirdly enough, I slept really good. And I think because I've seen a lot of behind the scenes walk backwards. Like, it's not mutual. I got real mad at the sandwich too, to be honest. Okay, I gotta add. I can't believe I'm doing this willingly. I just really want to. I don't know. I just really want to. Sorry, guys. But it's okay, because after this, we're gonna do some reality TV shows. So it will be worth it, yeah? The fucking wallpaper, I know. Alright, let's add a friend. Adding now. Seven sleeping? No, enjoy your lurk, Seven. Overwatch? What about Underwatch? Guys, we're gonna put on Lady Gaga again. Oh my god, what the fuck? No! Be who you are. Guys, Overwatch and Lady Gaga will always remind me of my 24-hour stream now. It's such a big part. It was such a big part. Reward gay. Oh, nice. Reward. Show me the rewards.
Put your ass away, child.
Deadlegs just subscribed.
Leggies.
Happy Pride to you, gorgeous Lil Chaos Gremlins.
Hello,
I love ya.
oh. No, don't stress, Axel. I'm gonna do a few things around. Finish your game, babe. No stress. Don't worry, a pretty little flash. Wait, I want to see a few things. There's nothing in the store, right? What am I doing here? Heroes? What was that soldier thing I just saw? I don't really like anything. I'll check again though. Guys, what happened? What was that thing I saw? Oh, I mean, I don't play Lifeweaver, but cute. I know Jaren was so bad. Mickey, that's so cute. Leggies, thank you so much for 19. How are you, doll? I'll equip it though. How do I have all these for... Oh, it must be from battle passes. Those legs, girl. What's new for my jetpack cat? Sprays. I want a skin. This is my Diva skin at the moment. No one asked. That's what I was wearing yesterday. A voice line.
Winky face.
Diva is so annoying and I love it.
Is this easy mode?
You know what I hate that Diva does? Diva goes,
Guys, don't be mad if I get the most kills, okay? And I'm like, shh.
I'm learning how to play you. I'm not gonna get the most kills. Shut up. You know what I mean? Yes, Jaren, I wanna play next week. I wanna play next week.
Winky face. Winky face.
I can do a good impression of Diva.
Love Diva. Love Diva.
LOL.
LOL.
Okay. Like me like they're lying when they say I know, like shut up. Pig guy impression? Hog? I can do Reinhardt.
Hey, salute you.
Where is it? Where's the muscle line? Okay, ready? Is it do you want to or would you?
Would you like to see my muscles?
Would you like to see my muscles? Wait, let me do a hog impression. I love the toy.
Welcome to the apocalypse.
Welcome to the apocalypse. Put your ass away, child.
Golden Kappa.
Alec Vanny just subscribed.
Guys,
Carl's happy.
I did a crazy stim the other day, and I didn't realize I did it until someone was like, do you realize you just said that? And now I can't stop saying it, and it's so stupid. The belly button.
I'm going hog wild.
I'm going hog wild. Guys, I'm really good at voice lines. I'm kidding.
Love Diva. LOL.
Me when I'm raw dogging. Oh, ready? Bob, do something. Shut up.
Ah! It's snowing!
Sorry. That was really bad. That was really bad. Let's take him to the wasteland. Alec, thank you for 29. Please don't cancel that sub after you heard that. I need it. Thank you, my love. Happy 29. Oh, I've got a bomb, pussy. Ooh.
Is this easy mode?
Over there. That's Mercy. What an interesting hypothesis. I hate Moira's voice lines. Just say something fun. It's always so intelligent. You're killing me with these impressions. I love Overwatch impressions. Oh, I hate Hampter's voice. Just talk, bro. Why are you a robot? Joe, enjoy your lurk. I so understand why you're doing that. Reverse the tide! Ugh. Ugh. Let me try again.
It's all in good fun, right?
Ugh. It's all in good fun, right?
Ravage them!
Ravage them!
Power of the wild card!
Power of the wild card!
这是我手以前干过那么2、3次吧。
Absolutely not.
Relax.
Relax. Oh, I hate their voice lines so much. But I love them. Like, I love them. It's just they're so like... Oh, I was trying Sierra yesterday. She was fun. That was actually fun. And I was trying Reinhardt too. Oh. Take everything from them. Like, let them keep their clothes.
I do not fight for myself. I never have.
Suffer as I have. What does Domino do? Also, I want to get his mop skin. Oh, ready? I'll give you a Sigma skin. Ready? A Sigma voice line. Oh, no, no, no. Oh, no, no, no. That's my favorite Sigma voice line is no, no, no. Sorry. Can you tell I have stims on this game? And then also... I don't know. Why is quads served by design? Okay. Let's lock in. Let's lock in. I'm being a little silly bitch. Oh wait, I gotta invite. Oh. Be around. And then we have Mac when his power went out. Mac was gonna play with us, but his power went out. So as soon as his power's back, we'll have a DPS. I know, poor Mac. That's okay. Their power shall come back on. I was playing Sierra. Actually quite fun. I can see why people play her. I can see why she gets banned. I can see it. I can see it. Oh, wait, no. Cancel. Bring them back. We're eating good. I know. I really just felt like it. I said, screw it all to hell. I'm doing it. Yeah, Sierra's fun. I will admit it. I will admit it. Now, is Gran playing tank or support today? That's the question. That's the question. Ooh, support. Okay. Axel tank. We're getting an Orisa? Orisa. Ooh, a mix. Okay. Okay. She's pretty. Look how cute my cat is. So cute. I also might do a comp round later, even though why do I want to feel pain? Who's to say? Maybe I just want to feel something. Our games were pretty nasty. Pride 1, Pride 1, Pride 1. I love this random ass stream. Like, what am I playing today? Happy Pride Month! I look quite pretty. Oh, Oasis. Now arriving to Oasis. Oop. Hit me with the manic singing. Sorry. I was patient. Yeah, true catch. I don't think I'll ever get to it, but you know, my mouth was open as crazy. Hello, Cammy. I know, I just felt like it. Ooh. What's wrong with me? That's sober me. I know, in 10 years when I'm 40, I'll have a good weapon. Anyone thirsty? I'm opening my mouth, babe. Oh, oh, you little twink. Don't look at me like that. Don't look at me like that. What the hell? You little twink. Like, we'll also be gaming. Oh, yeah. I'll never stop gaming. I can't imagine my life without gaming now. Pride Month. Yep. Ooh, na, na. Abracadabra. Why is the twink flirting with me? That's what I said. Oh. It's the Scottish lad. Oh no, I'm gonna die. Oh. Gave me until it's sagging. Had a boy give me that look Saturday night and it got me in trouble. Oh. I got that dog. I was gonna say that so wrong. I got that dog in me. That's not what he says, but that's not how he says it. Oh, this is nasty. nasty. Oh no, so much is happening. Caught in a bad romance. Oh, you little whore bag. No. Oh, yeah. Oh, I gotta go. Oh, I wonder if I should switch to Ana. Love, 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 I want your love. Oh, I'll get him. We're so low. Oh, yes. We're trapped. But it's okay. Oh. Bad romance. Ah. Bring in the ring. Oh, caught in a bad room. That's literally what the 24-hour stream was like.
The strongest woman in the world.
Gaga, ooh la la.
Pushing humanity's limits.
I want your love. Guys, I didn't actually plan to play Overwatch today. She really is in her Overwatch era. I do apologize. But YOLO. Your love. Love, 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 I want your love. Uh-oh. Oh, get that bloody Mercy, I tell you what. Mercy's dead, worth it. Worth it. I died, but it's worth it. Yum. Coca-Cola, hello. I think it would help to be Ana if I can get shots on the support, but also I don't know. I know we can win this though. We can get him. He's so low. Nice. I want your love and I want your revenge. Yee! Yeah. I don't wanna be friends. Yup. Oop. Nice. I died, but it was worth it. Hi, Mac. Yay, we'll get you in next game. We need you. Oh. No, I haven't Hales. We will play it though. We will play it. I'll play it next. And then we're gonna watch some RBT. Gren and I are the supports of your dreams. I tell you what. Oh no. As Axel's about to die. Oh, born this way. Oh. I stuffed up. I was young. We were almost superstars. In a glass of her boudoir. Yeah, reversing tide. Nice. Listen to me when I say. I love how their bodies fall. That sounds crazy. In game. I'm on the right track, baby. I will fall this way. Oh, I haven't heard. I thought it was a joke. I didn't realize there was actually new music out. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, dead. Oh, only the lead single. Is it poppy or is it sad? Translation is so funny. Oh, really? Baby, I was born this way. Baby, I was born this way. Born this way. Baby, I was born this way.
Don't be a drag, just be a queen. Whether you're broke or evergreen, your black, white, beige, chola descent, you're Lebanese, you're Orient. Whether life's disabilities that you have come for leader teased, rejoice in yourself today. 'Cause baby, you were born this way.
Oh. That worked out. Not me throwing the orb, and I hate when an orb bounces off the corner of something. You're just like... Okay. Very similar to Fortnite, really? Oh, no way. No way! Oh my god. Sorry, Axel. That was my fault. I was being a bit too greedy trying to get that mercy.
I've got you in my
Carly Minogue is Aussie, yes. Aussie music artist? Probably Ocean Alley. Probably Ocean Alley, which is like kind of funny to say. Like, I like a lot, but I used to rinse that on stream when I first started streaming. They're kind of like indie psychedelic rock type of vibes. I'm gonna die. Oh, they got res. Should it bounce again? Ocean Alley is a vibe. Ocean Alley is a real good vibe. Poker face. Oh no. Oh no. Not good. Didn't she write it and produce it as well? Which is kind of cool. It's not the same without a gun. You sound mad. Are we angry? Oh. No, we can't read on my poker face. Streaming on Twitch at Carla GG. I've never done that before. Ew. I've never done that before. I don't know. Ew. I've never done that before because I never do that because I just like, I hate it because I don't want you to talk to me. Mac, are you online? Oh, I hate that. Like, I don't want you to know. But that's so funny. I added you, doll. I added you on Blizzard World. Did it not work? I shall try again. GG, sis. I've literally never... I never say that I'm streaming. I said it as a joke. I didn't think anyone would actually come in. GG, doll. Oh god. Hi, Ace. GG. Oh my god. Oh, unnamed. Nice game, guys. GG, GG. Guys, I said as a joke. I didn't think people would actually come in. GG. Will you endorse me? Thanks, baby. W win, that was the shit. That was the shit. Nice play of the game, doll. That's so funny. Guys, if you're coming in front of the game, I want you to laugh with me because I never... Well, number one, I rarely stream this game. And number two, I never tell people. I never tell people because I don't worry about it. Anyway, and I did it as a joke because you said it, but I didn't think people would actually come into the stream. But GG's, guys, GG's. Good game, good game. This is Mac Daddy. That was, what a thrill. What a thrill. Unnamed is such a flex, by the way, Mac. What the fuck? Love me some quick play. Yeah. Yeah. Streamer accidentally self-promote successfully. Shit. Guys, I can't do that again. My ranky, I'm only a 200 hour Andy, but I'm gold 3 at the moment for the first time. Very exciting. Grand's much better than me. Grand's plat. Axel was plat as well. And Max what? What are you? Are you diamond, Mac? What are you? You're high up. Tonight. Guys, I will only... Bye, Zam. I'll see you around, Joel. Guys, here's the deal, right? Should I do it if we lose or if we win? Should I promote my stream if we win or promote my stream if I lose? Because I don't... I'm on the edge. Both? The edge, the edge, the edge, the edge, the edge. Chloe, happy birthday, doll. Great, I was like, why are you playing Moira? If you want more sick losses, watch me. That's funny. You playing Reaper? Oh, Gunja. We have fun here sometimes. Alright guys, I want a nice clean game. Wait. I want to I want it. Hello? Okay. I want a nice clean game. Yep. Alright, there we go. Sorry. She's damn lost it. I know. I don't have any piss. I don't have any piss. Ah, there we go. Oh! I got pissed for you, no? Ooh. I'm on the edge. I'm sorry. Oh. Yeah, nice one, guys. Yeah. Oop. Oh, get some sun, doll. That sounds nice. Oh. Oh, fucking dragon cunt. Oh. Oh. I don't think Mac's in here. Is Mac? Oh, he is. Oh, I can go to team chat. What's team chat? Oh, I didn't realize Nat could hear me too, the tank. Oh shit, I forgot. Nat's a red. Wait, I wonder if Nat's in here. Yeah, Nat, good play, good play. Come on, yeah. Eh.
I'm so ready. Come at me.
Shut the fuck up. Oh, it's so funny. That laugh, honestly, kills me. Oh, Nat's not in here. So fair. I'm so glad. Nat hasn't heard a thing I've said, which is really good. I think it's June. I mean July. Technically we could do it whenever, but we could do it for July. Because it's June now. Oh my god. Yeah, I'll either do it end of June or July. Oh, wow. That was sexy. You know what's exciting? Now that I know I can do a 24-hour stream, I can actually do like a timed subathon where I can do a long cap and know that I can actually complete it. So that's why I never did. I was like, I don't know if I can do that. When's the 48-hour stream coming? Oh my god. You know what? I honestly think I could do a 30 because I stayed up really late the night I finished. Not that I will, but I could, you know? Night, yeah, baby, tonight, yeah, baby. Hi, Frey. Yeah, it's not good, but it's still fun. That's Overwatch, baby. I agree. Finished on stream. Guys. You loved it. Oh, he's weapon. Oh no. Oh. Oh, we can do this. They're losers. I believe. How much time do we have? A minute and a half. We're fine. We're fine. We got it.
Progress is seldom won with ease.
You know what I should do? If I end up putting my Twitch in the chat, I should have like random one-liners like, get spanky with it, live. Like random little like puns. So people can go, shut the fuck up, I hate you. Come get daddy, come see Daddy Pig get pork. That guy's so low. Oh, he was low. Oh no. Oh. Oh. It's just random quotes. Yeah. Live, laugh, love at twitch.tv/Carla.
Position is
Do you feel depressed? Come get more depressed by watching me at twitch.tv/Carla. Touch, touch, touch. Oh, of course justice reigns from above.
Justice reigns from above.
Team kill. Defeat. Play of the game.
Oh, I spelled rain wrong. Why question mark? That's the joke. Saddest plug is so funny. Someone said saddest plug.
Pure class.
Saddest. It was sad. Like, that's the joke. That's the joke. Guys, I've never done this in Overwatch in my life. I feel cold. I feel like I actually feel cold. I feel really cold. I gotta put my heater on. Ugh. Hope I don't get slurred. Oh, we will. Someone's gonna call me a pussy or something. I just wish we had you do the truffle shuffle. What's the truffle shuffle?
Vote for your mount.
Guys, don't worry. We have Robert as tank. Striker. Joke's on them. We love pussy. I should try and have a Vovo. A Volva.
Welcome to Circuit Royale.
Oh. Hmm. Yeah. Oh. Rob. Oh.
Our minds are shackled. Submission
Yep.
is the key.
You could not save your friends. What makes you think you can save the world?
I trust my team like I trust
Rob.
my family. I hope someday you can do the same.
More field research.
Can I call you Bert?
Grand.
Bert. I ain't gay, but I would learn from him real.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh! Ooh. Oh. Ooh. Piss not strong enough. We're eating cars? We're eating cars. Gotta hydrate less for that good pee. Oh shit. Pee. Oh shit. God, that ball is so annoying. Oh. Oh god. Oh god. No, we're fine. We're fine. Not area denied. GG's. I've been saying as a joke really bad one-liners in the endgame chat because I never plug Twitch. I don't really play Overwatch on stream. So thank you for coming in. It was kind of fire. Thanks, C. Thank you. See, I knew I'd get the Pharah at least. Oh, I knew you'd get it. I knew you'd get it. That one guy being like, that's a sad plug. So funny. So, unless that was you, then that's even funnier, but so funny. Sad plug, sad plug. Whimsy is alive. And well, might I add. That was not me. See, guys, Pharah wouldn't do that to me. Pharahs aren't like that. We appreciate whimsy. See ya, Jinty. Someone above, someone above. Oh, nice. Nice. Surrender your holes. See, we're fine. We're fine. I'll play the color game after this and then I'll do my RBT. You know the game that I have to, it's online. They show you the color for like 3 seconds. And then you have to recreate it from your memory. But I'm going to do one where only you guys see it, and then you have to explain in chat what color it is. For extra difficulty. Yeah. Oh no. Oh yeah, we're dead. But we'll play, because I wanted to play random ass games today. Overwatch wasn't on the menu. I won't lie to you. Something happened where I was like, oh, YOLO. Okay. Oh my god. Based on vibes. Guess who based on vibes is really funny. Nice, Robert.
Thank you. I got the payload. Let's roll. Enemy over here. Hello.
1 milli. Do you want to see my muscles? Daniel Craig swimsuit in Casino Royale. I don't even know the color of that. Oh. Oh, they're so low. I'm dead, but it was worth it. Or was it? Okay, they nearly have their hammer down. I might wait. Oh fuck, I didn't mean to. Who keeps killing me? Oh, Hanzo. The hammer is so up. That Hanzo's good with the bow. Too good.
Progress is seldom won with ease.
Oop. Nice. At least we got them. Sombra. I don't know what I'll play before Friend Swap tomorrow. But I'll play a little something. Oh, Griffin's nearly dead. Oh my god! Jesus Christ! Not me absolutely standing on his head. And I'll do it again. Thanks, doll. I appreciate that. Because, like, I don't know. Nice, Robert. Get him. Yeah, I don't know. I just, I know there's a lot of games that I need to be playing, but it's also nice just to, like you say, just be spontaneous and go with the vibe. Like, who cares, you know? Let's just hang. I don't know. Like today, sorry, my bad sentences when I play this game. Ooh, close. Like, for example, today, I really didn't know what I wanted to do, but I just wanted to jump on, you know? Like, Overwatch wasn't on my radar at all. But I was like, you know, I do feel like a bit of Overwatch. I'm leaving, I'm leaving, I'm leaving, I'm leaving, I'm leaving, I'm leaving, I'm leaving. Oh. We lost, but it's not a last lost. Wait. Lest we left it at, wait. Lest we left it loose, get the explanation. Wait. We lost. Come hear my explanation here. Come hear why we lost. Nebula, the games are gaming. The game's a gaming. My husband died. Click here to see my pussy. Wait, perfect. Wait, I'll say that next time. Perfect, perfect. I've got a bomb pussy as Junkrat. Oh. Guys, trust me when I say I've got this. You just gotta trust me. You need to trust. I wish I was stimming with Gran right now. Beat is sick. I want to take you right on your disco stick. Come on, someone from the game, please say hello to me. We need this. Choose your map. Let's go to Italy. I'm joking. I know that's Greece, but I want the rando to say something to me. Oh, we're in Australia, guys. There's too much music. Zenyatta? How Overwatch Tweak probably reeked of PO. That's crazy. Wait, should I be Jetpack Cat?
Our minds are shackled. Submission.
Show me those fuck-ass boots.
Everything's online. Functionality looks good. One last diagnostic.
Wow. David, thank God. Because if you did...
Better find my subjects up to no good. They always get soft when I'm not around.
Joy to the world.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Not Junker Queen. Let's take him... Oh. Let's... Let's take him to the wasteland.
Hostile spotted.
Flashpoint unlocks in 10 seconds.
Jetpack Cat. Oh! Oh. Oh, I do love Neon. One day a tank will appreciate me. Fucking cat. Oh fuck. Granny's on our team, yeah. Oh no. Haha, we got it! kill. Oh, it's a bloody cat. We got the flashpoint. Yippee! Oh, not the cat. Guys, controversial. I'm gonna go to the attack. I'm gonna go to the point.
Flashpoint unlocks in 10 seconds.
Oh, someone's beat me to it. Shouldn't have done that. Hi Rob. How are you? Whoopsies. My bad. Oop. Oh. I don't know where the cat went. Reforming you. Oh. Oh. All right. Oh, defend it. Who's there? Probably the bloody cat. It's the cat. It was the cat. That's a pretty good spot. That's funny. The cat was just in the corner like, hey. Hey. Honestly, they nearly had it. Not on my watch. Oh, they're gone. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh! Oh, they're just throwing up anything. No, I'm over it. My rainbow? Oh, wait, it's my rainbow. Which hand is it on? Oh, there it is. I was like, I put it on ages ago. I'm like, I never see my rainbow. Oh god, it's not paying attention. That's so cute. I didn't think I could see it. Queen of Allies. Oh god, I cannot see. I think they're gonna get this point. That's okay. We just gotta win one more point. Hello, Lullaby. Oh, stop it. How was your weekend, doll? Nerf Jetpack Cat. I love Jetpack Cat. I mean, I shouldn't when I'm versing them. No one likes Jetpack Cat when you're versing them. Playing as them can be fun. That's where I draw the line. I hate him fair. I know why. Where's my tank? Where's that cat? Oh no. Nice. I don't like them at all. That's fair. I didn't even know they were a thing until I re-downloaded Overwatch. And I was like, why do I hear a cat? And I think Graham was the one to be like, oh, there's a cat now. I'm like, what? And then I versed them and had like a go, and I was like, oh, this is fun. Oop. I'm dying a very painful death in game. Oh my no! Happy birthday! Hope you had a good birthday. Oh my god! Smelly the Black Lagoon's crazy. Oops. Hello. Hi guys. We're randomly playing some games of Overwatch today. Whoopsie doopsies. How was your stream? What were you playing? Oh no. Oh. To play Overwatch and not work? Real. Welcome guys, we're about to play, we're gonna play an online game soon. Like a web page game. I'm gonna get your help with some color matching, and then we're gonna be watching some Aussie RBT, which is like a random breath test show. I'm watching Overwatch and not working. Good. Good, as you should be. Ooh, Stars in Time. Okay. Love me an indie game. Fun. I've had Finding Crime. I love to tour. I'm hooked. Isn't it good? Love it. I loved breath test. If you watch it growing up, like either before The Simpsons or after The Simpsons, and I didn't realize how cringy the narrator is in the best way. It's hilarious. I'll switch over soon. I was very naughty playing Overwatch today. That wasn't a part of the plan. I just had an itch to scratch. I had to scratch the itch, okay? Oh, I didn't realize I was being a DPS Moira, my bad. She says as she continues to... Oh. Guys, I didn't realize I had more damage than heals, my bad. Hello, doggo! Yeah, bro, I didn't realize there was so many funny lines in it. Learn a real.
Something more.
Oh my god, he keeps coming up behind me. Shit, I gotta heal more. Grabbing the idiot out of the air. Doggo, I'm good. We're just having a random fun little stream. We're doing friend swap tomorrow. Can someone touch the point?
Step rider.
Oh, our tank lost. Left. I will admit, I probably was the problem. I DPS'd way more. Whoopsies.
Play of the game.
Go to bed, little baby. I love how we both had 2 points. I love when it's a close game and people are like, easy. Like, no, it wasn't. You just had a good comeback. Yeah, Riddle, you can. That's why he's so cute. Okay. How long have we been playing Overwatch for? Like an hour? For the ugly Genji. Our tank said I'll be playing the worst tank into this comp. Wait, what was the tank? I forget. I don't remember. Junker Queen? I don't remember. Hello, Danny. Okay, I gotta play the color game. It was Doomfist, you just kept going in alone and dying. Oh, yeah. You're not off tomorrow, are you, Gran? Or are you having tomorrow off? What are you doing? You're off tomorrow? Okay, cool. Stay up late tonight, hang out with me and order Indian. I'm kidding. I played just as bad as him, but we would just dive and dive again. I don't know what I was doing. Like, we weren't playing bad. It was just weird. Go to bed at 9 p.m. All right, that's... Oh, that's 7 p.m. my time. Oh, okay. So we can play for like an hour before you go to bed, is what you're saying. Is what you're saying. Is that the truth? Please. Okay, wait. Let me, stop playing around 8 or 9. Guys, I have to finish in 2 hours to play with Gran. And so. 4 hours. 12:18. No. Okay, we're gonna do something before. I'm just gonna check if Mimi had all her food, and then we're gonna play this game. How do you do the one with... What's time? How do you do the color game with, How do you play the color one with the cartoons and stuff? Let me add the Discord. Oh, that's a different website. Toontone? Oh, okay. Toontone. Okay. I could so do this, guys. I could so do this. All right. Did I accidentally get rid of words with friends? No, I did not. Where is it? Where did it go? Whoopsies. No, I can do this, guys. I can do this. I don't know where it went. What the hell? Do I have another thing? Happy Pride Month. Emily, Eric, hello. No, you played great, Axel. You played garage. Okay, I'm gonna quickly go pee, and then we're gonna play the color game together, and me solo, and then we're gonna watch RBT. All right, I'm very excited. I didn't mean to start so late today, guys. I'm so sorry. Today was meant to be like a 7-hour stream, and I just slept late, and then Mimi was all cute, and I was like, girl. Okay, I'll be back. god. Mia's so cute. But she did finish her whole meal, which is good. So she's had a tablet. But oh my goodness. So sweet. Honestly, she looks really cute. I took a photo of her. She looks like... I think she's just been lying down all day, so half of her face is kind of like smushed. But I was like, has she lost weight? I'm like, well, it's impossible because I've been feeding her more wet food to take her drugs. So like she's eating. But it's just because she probably was sleeping. Oh, look at her paws. I have her heat pad on, so she's lying on her heat pad. All right, let's go. Let's do it. So it starts right off the rip now. Ooh, I think that's it. No, we're not listening to this. What? Original? It's perfect. Oh, what's her cargo pants? Oh, it has to be that. What? Oh no. Oh, just two little sickies. What the hell? What's Morty's shirt? Is it a yellow shirt? Oh, that has to be it. That's Morty. Yes. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. The tie? He has a tie? What's his tie? Oh. Guys, I don't know what Dopey's outfit is. Is it, pussy pink? Green? You're so good! Forest green, like here? Mustard. What? Well, I don't know this. Oh. Oh. Okay, okay, I can do this. I can do this. I can do this. Oh, I don't know what his shorts are. What are his shorts? What the hell? Are they brown? Oh, they're blue. Oh, I don't know. Oh. Oh. Shaggy is like... Oh, I'm over it. Okay, so what we're gonna do, guys, I'm gonna play one round, normal. And then the next round, I'm not gonna look at the color. And then you're gonna have to try and get me to guess the color in any way that you want. But I'm gonna practice first with normal. Alright, that is Like I hate it. Okay. I think it's slightly like this. Not bad. Not bad. Yeah, Cass, I was lurky when Whiskey was doing the guessing one and I was like, oh, that's fun. Alright, that's kind of like... I know what green that is. I know what green that is. I think. Then get a 100. Fuck. Ooh, that's like... Hey, I'm purple, but I'm pink, but super light, but not really. More purple. That's my bad. I'm thinking too much. Ooh, poo. But like you're sick. You know? Sicky poo. Ooh, yeah. You know what I mean? Poop. It needed more poo, my bad. Alright, last one. Like turquoise, but more green. I'll take it. Alright, not good. Not good. Alright, so what I'm going to do now is I'm not going to look at the color. And you're going to have to tell me and try and get me to guess the color based off whatever vibe you put in chat. Okay? Thoughts? Oh boy. Navy, but slightly lighter. Tumblr. Oh, Tumblr. Dark denim. No. A blue. More blue. Now I've forgotten. That's it? Nice. Nice. Okay. Gotcha. 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 That's not bad for not seeing it though. Well, I'm high. Shrek but darker. Green screen green. Love that. Brett's name color. Like here? Try that. Ooh, not bad. Not bad. Okay, gang. More olivey. Okay. I think we're doing better than I did alone. Oh no, what? Desaturated red. Kind of like my mic. Traffic light, but a bit paler. Thoughts? Redder? Like, what are we doing here? A little bit more orange. Just so orange. Too orange, too orange. A bit of red in there. You go to the bottom. She lost it in me brain. Close. Thoughts? Was ready but almost pink like salmon. Should I send this or should I try something else? More pink. Ah. Right. Right. I see what you mean with the orange and the pink. That's hard. That's not bad. That's not bad. Lake Titicaca. Hakuna. Q's and Q's. Oh, I wanna play that so bad.
Sweeps for days just resubbed for 7 months. You should play Hues and Clues the board game if you like these sort of games.
I want to so bad. Wait, down red at the bottom, lead it towards purple a little bit. Too pink? Thank you for 7. I want to play so bad. Red, more red. Thoughts? Brighter? Like up here? Pinot red. What's a oh. Ooh, shit. That's close. That's really close. Holy shit. That's a little too close. Oh my god. Damn, you guys are cooking. Okay, Slay. Talk to me. Deep Violet. Start with Barney. Okay, we'll start with Barney. Classic purple. Eggplant. Mac is purple. Grimace. There? I got too excited. That's okay. Guys, for our first go, we can beat 43.80. We can beat that. That's pretty good. But I heard rim it. Yeah, rim it. How many times do I have to say rim it? Okay, I'm going to see if I can beat 43.80 by myself. And then whatever I get, we have to beat as a collective. Okay? So I have to beat 43.8. Let's see. Blue, ouchie, mama, blue. Icy light blue. Oh, I've lost it already. Nah. Oh, God. God. All right. Skin tone that I would color in my things with. I can come back from this. All right, cool. We got a 9. John! I hope work's been good. I miss you. The kids miss you. Ooh. Twitch purple, but they lost some color. That's sexy. That's hot. All right, skin color again, but little pinkish hue. Wonder if I can get it from pink at all. No, I don't think so. I have to get a really good one, otherwise I'm screwed. Okay. Kind of Twitch purple, but a little bit more... Ooh. 43.80? I couldn't beat you. The first one fucked me. The first one absolutely fucked me. That was so bad of me. That one was pretty good, and that one too. The game called me incompetent. Oh god, whoopsie doopsies. All right, we'll do a chat one again. My bad. Whoopsie doopsie. All right, let's go. I love this game too. What do we get if we win again? Okay, so what's the deal? You have to beat your 43.80. I don't know what you win, but you want to beat your last thing. Yeah, we can do that. We beat your 42.87. All right. Fine. You have to beat this score here, but you can't use colors. You can only use like vibes and characters and objects and brands. Okay? So we're gonna do that. 5 more self promos on Overwatch. One question, John in the back, yes. Gray and dark. Do you want to do like bar 1, bar 2? Slay 1 and 2. But this round, can we use the bars? Or are we not using the bars? Who suggested it again? Yeah, Cash. No bars this round, right? Just vibes? Alright. This round is just hard mode. It's vibes, it's characters. So you can't actually tell me colors or bars. But we will do a normal round after this, okay? We ball. You guys got this. Sky. It's a boy. Oh, this guy in Toy Story ads. Oh. Wow. Yeah, that helped me a lot. The Toy Story ads that was good. That was real good. Oh my god. Pale Twitch. Not bad, honestly. Not bad for no colors. Grimace is dead. Why are we doing better than I do with my eyes? This is embarrassing.
You don't know how you met me, you don't know.
Thank you for the sub. Eric!
Put your ass
Navel.
away, child!
Eric Blakeburn just subscribed.
Kraft mac and cheese. Because it's kind of orange, the Kraft mac and cheese, isn't it? Eric, thank you for 57. My absolute goat. Mandarin. Hey. We'll take it. McDonald's cheese is good too. They were all good ones. Now I want Sunny D. Eric, thank you. Dull VIP badge. Treasure train? Huh? Why? My browser? Like this purple? Or this on my subbies. Oh, okay. On my wall, like that pink? Ooh! Holy shit. Oh, Dubai chocolate's a good one. Baby shit, ransom baby shit, olive, Shrek but dark. Vom. Rancid baby shit's crazy. Like here? Thoughts and tribulations? Lighter boogers? Le. I already forgot. Ah, you guys still did better than me last time. That's pretty good. Holy shit. That's crazy. 45.96. Baby shit carrying. Oh my god. Okay, so I have to beat 45.96 with my own eyeballs. Brett, starting now. We have a random treasure train, by the way, for no reason. For baby shit. Okay, let me... 45.96 I have to beat. Treasure me. Oh, I've lost it. We'll take an 8. Ooh. Literally my subby color, but a little bit darker. Yeah. St. Joseph's College is what that is. Bang. No, I can give you a link. I just don't know how many people can click it. Twitchy, but... Another neon. I think I beat the score. $47. 47-1-4, baby. Yippee! Wow. Host a live round. I don't know how this works, so we're just gonna try. I don't know how many people are allowed to come in. I don't know anything. But click the link. You wanna what you see. Pooh. How do you change your name? Your voice can take me there. It asks for initials. Oh. My bad. A lot of A's in here. Okay, should we start with 10? Is everyone that wants to join in? I think we're good. I think that's the max. Oh, it's 10. Okay. Let's go, guys. Ooh, little. Yes, I know this color. Oh, shit. Oh, it's more peachy. Oh, my bad. Give me now. All right. Green. You get 10 seconds to get it, which is crazy. Not good. The comments are mean. What comments? Are there comments in here? Evans, hello. Oops. My bad. Oh, another when you get ranked. Oh, really? Oh my god. Don't let it get in your head. It will. What? Oh, got you. Ooh. Interesting. I needed that. Happy Pride! I did not win that. Top 3. Top 3. Kaz! Where am I? Did I come last? Whoa! I feel like we all struggled with the same ones. 975. Oh, this must be me. I came 5th. I'm better. Oh my god. Alright, let me try these. That's cool that you can do that though. We'll show you 5 durations, then you'll try to recreate them from memory. Oh, got you. Okay. Oh, this is good. This is good. Okay. Yeah. Oh, shit. Eric Fedor. Oh, I finished too early. Oh. This is hard. You think it's going to be easier? Oh, shoot. That's the dream. Okay. Maybe I'm not great at that. Sound. Pause. How do you do this? I hate this one. Changing it. Changing it. Not playing that one. I'm not playing it. What the hell? God damn it. Triangle right there, baby. Triangle right there. Just the tip. Right. I've lost it. Pretty good. I'm so back. I'm so back. No one saw the sound one. I'm redeeming myself. Oh, yep, yep, yep. Know exactly what to do with this one. Yep, don't worry about it, guys. Check this out. Yep. Little bit's a little dad, little bit tit, little bit of butt. No warning. Thanks, Cass. My little vibey playlist. Oh, a little circle, a little bit of space here, big space here, easy peasy. I've lost it already. Jules, what? The way I feel this would fry Granny. You know what? Granny would be fucking great at this. Once they, like, do understand what they were doing, they would smash it. Corn it. Oh, a little bit of, like, 1, 2, 2. Yes, okay. Jules, yippee! What day? How exciting. Anybody else? When I think about you, I touch myself. Oh, I don't want anybody else. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Tuesday. Tuesday or Thursday? I'm reading that as both. Guys, look, I redeemed myself. You know what I have to do now? The one game that I'm so bad at. But I'm gonna do it. Mash, chips, jacket potato, and And I don't know what else that would be. Hush, hush. Okay. Shield. Okay. Crest, shield, coat of arms, and bubble and squeak. Yep, yep, yep. And cloak. Nice. Okay. Potato one's bubble and squeak? What the hell? What the hell? Alright, guys. Check this out. Check this out. This out? Check this out. Audio. Fuck. I hate this. Tag it. Taken. Oh, I can type. Forgot about that. Oh. Habit. That's better than my idea. Oh. Basic. Basin. Oh. Basil. What? Basic, basil, bases. Nice. Nice. Good job. Oh, I was like, you're lying to me. You're actually lying to me. I thought it was basin 2, but then I used an N. Nice. The double. Wow. Ooh, big stretch. Ugh. The double letter does throw me off. Wow. Okay, I typed it and I still missed it. What the hell? Alright. Alright. You know what I want to do, by the way, is next time I do like a full RBT night or full whatever, I'm gonna do like bingo for it. So they're in a relationship. I can't believe it, to be honest. All right, let's go.
Tonight on RBT.
So guys, last week we watched this and we're having such a great time. But also we realized that the narrator does all these puns all the time and I can't believe it, honestly. I cannot believe it. We are still streaming. We're about to play some, not play, we're about to watch some RBT. Do you remember this? RBT? How are your games?
How will losing your license change your life if that happens?
I think you want missus to drive me around.
It's just random breath. Out of all the days. Out of all the days.
Oh no.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Had some alcohol today?
Yeah, about 3 hours ago.
Was it
It was just a beer.
just a beer?
Yeah.
Okay, because beers come in multiple sizes.
They do.
Yes.
Who are you drinking with?
They do.
Oh, just my girlfriend.
She'll be a bit unhappy with you if you go over, or?
Nah, I'll see how we go.
Only an hour and a half
You
gamer,
wear the pants
surprisingly.
there?
Not after this, no.
Yeah, they were 50-50 today, weren't they? I'm scared to play ranked later.
When was the last time you had cannabis or methamphetamine?
Methamphetamine.
You look drunk. Sound drunk. Smell
Bye,
drunk.
Abby. Happy Pride.
The largest breath testing operation anywhere in Australia takes place on the Monash Freeway, just out of Melbourne.
Melbourne.
Dozens of police have the ability to bring every single vehicle to a stop for testing. And they never know who they'll find at the wheel.
Oh my goodness. Whiskey. Hello. Oh my God. Whiskey, hello. We're watching RBT. 2-year mod anniversary is so funny. Oh my goodness. Hi guys, we're watching RBT, which is random breath testing. It's an Aussie show. It's ridiculous, but we love it. Hello, hello, hello. How was your stream? What were you playing? That's my god. That's my god. Get ready. No, I love this show. It's so funny because the narrator is so cringy. It's hilarious. It's so good. I feel like Whiskey deep down is Australian. You know what I mean? We did the color game. And we didn't do too bad, actually. Real. How are you? I miss you since you've been gone. But thank you for the raid. Yippee. Join us, guys. We're watching our little fuck ass show.
After midnight, Constable Ellis lands a car full of friends
Whiskey.
being driven by Yemma.
I miss you. Yes,
G'day,
Alex.
how you
Yes.
going? So it's just random breath test? Out of all the days.
Whiskey's Aussie.
The clock has just ticked over to the start of a very special day for Yemma.
I am getting married today.
How exciting!
Very
You
excited.
married.
Thank you so much.
But not even a bride-to-be is exempt from a breath test. Did Yemma's singledom end with a tipsy hens?
Ah, thank God.
She's as clear as a wedding bell.
You had a big night or?
We just rehearsal. And I've got to be on a 7.
We started at 10.
Oh.
Clear as a wedding bell.
Safe out there.
Thank you so much.
There.
I think because like it's actually kind of nerve-wracking when you get pulled over. So people are like, it's kind of like when I go through airport security. I know I have no drugs, but fuck, what do I have some?
22-year-old Ace.
G'day.
Hey, mate.
Random breath test?
Yep.
It's one long breath past that style.
Is he out late because he's been drinking?
Keep going, stop.
Oh yeah, the cameras too.
Had anything to drink tonight?
I did about 3 hours.
You did? Alright.
Or has Ace played his cards right?
Do you have your driver's license with you?
Okay, so people who are overseas, our alcohol limit on your full license is 0.05. Just so you know. So he's over.
Am I over?
I just need to see your driver's license. Okay. Can you just turn the car off for me?
Probationary drivers can't have any alcohol.
Oh, he's
in
on
their
his
system.
P's.
So
Oh, he's on his provisional license, so he can't have anything.
Ace is taken for a secondary test with leading senior constable Collins.
Uh-oh.
Good evening, how are you?
Yeah, not bad.
Not too bad. What's your first name?
Ace.
Ace?
Yes.
Is that for Ace Ventura or?
Nah, maybe. I don't know.
No, that's your legal name.
It is my legal name.
ACE?
Yes.
Ace.
If he lives up to his name, Ace will fly through the next test. But he isn't looking like an expert.
Had some alcohol today?
Yeah, about 3 hours ago.
3 hours ago?
Yeah.
So you thought it might be gone?
I thought it would be.
What sort of drink? Was it
It was just a beer.
just a beer?
Yeah.
Okay, because beers come in multiple sizes.
They do.
Yes.
They do. Pint, schooner, midi.
Phillips and Schneider are keeping an eye on a popular watering hole in the burbs of East Melbourne.
I bet he's gonna say he
This
aced, didn't
tradie is
ace it.
making
Oh,
his way
okay.
home around dinner time.
Is that
and a
after
team
Ace
decide
Ventura?
to follow.
It's a work car, but this is called out of the Dorset Hotel.
When they find a safe
Croydon.
spot, they hit the lights and direct the plumber's truck to make a stop.
Oh, he went to the pub after work, didn't you? Have a little cheeky schooner.
Might be a plumber.
26-year-old Cooper is a plumber,
Ooh.
and he could well be in the crap.
Any drinks?
Yeah, about 3 beers, yeah.
3 beers, full strength?
Yeah.
Do you think you'll be under or over?
I'm not sure, actually.
Okay, fair enough. Just one long breath until I say stop.
Oh, he's...
Stop.
That third beer is
Oh,
so
he's
often
over
the
as hell.
problem. And it has landed, Coop.
Put your ass away, child.
Oh, he is fried. Oh, no.
Alice _
Oh,
Elms
no.
_ Bast2's just
Alice,
subscribed.
thanks, doll.
Love you, gorgeous.
How are you?
You're literally glowing today.
Girl,
Less
you're
than 3, less than 3.
literally glowing. Thank you so much for 46. How are you, doll?
Squarely in the poop.
What did he just say?
And it has landed, Coop. Squarely in the poop.
That's fucked. Coop squarely in the poop. Guys, keep an ear out. The narrator says crazy shit. I love it.
Just switch the car off quickly for us, mate.
If he creeps any higher on the secondary test, Cooper could lose the work truck as well as his license. And that truck belongs to his employer.
And how much alcohol have you had to drink?
About
He said 3 before,
3
didn't he?
drinks.
All beers?
Oh, maybe 4, yeah, actually, yeah.
4?
The old 3 beers, maybe
Right,
4
same.
drinks tally is never a good look. A summer Saturday evening in Gosford, where a local RBT patrol are using their intuition to choose drivers for testing. This white SUV, registered to a local woman, catches their eye.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, that's probably worth a look. It was a male driver, I think. But we'll go and have a look.
Not the scoop.
Is he going? Or has he gone into the servo?
He has indeed gone into the servo. So the officers follow him in, wait for the man to emerge,
Doesn't want to come out now, does he?
Here you go.
and intercept him on the driveway. 19-year-old Nathan stopped for snacks.
Not the Nautica shirt. Oh, it's an
Has he
Eshe.
got the munchies?
Mate, you haven't had any alcohol in the last 15 minutes? Get your count from 1 to 10.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Alright, so breath test is all good.
We're just going to do an
7.
oral fluid test as well.
Nath doesn't look too happy about the drug
Wash your
test,
shirt.
which suggests he's got something to hide.
From the back of your tongue? Yep, and on the inside of your cheek.
Like that?
Yep. Yep.
Marijuana.
A drug
Marijuana.
positive would result in similar consequences to drink driving.
When was the last time you had cannabis or methamphetamine?
This morning.
A couple of weeks ago, was that?
Yeah, it's a strong detection for cannabis. So at this point in time, you're under arrest for a secondary oral fluid test.
Bloody hell.
Guys, he came out of the servo like this. When's the last time you had weed? A couple of weeks ago. Couple of weeks. Why? Like,
At this
he's
point
so
in time,
high.
you're under arrest for a secondary oral fluid
The
test.
hair's so bad, not the
Oh, yeah.
rat's tail.
Mate, jump in, throw your seatbelt on.
19-year-old Nathan has just tested positive for cannabis
Couple
on
weeks,
a Gosford
I
roadside.
swear.
But this would be a bad time for the young dad to lose his license.
How many
Young
kids
dad,
you got?
oh no.
1 and 1 on the way.
Oh.
You're gonna be a busy man.
Yeah. Yeah.
How old's the one you've already got?
2. Just turned 2.
Okay.
How old is
The
Nathan?
new baby is due any day, so there could be a last-minute drive to the maternity ward.
Alright, so just head over to that door for us.
How will losing your license change your life if that happens?
Oh,
I think you
19.
want missus to drive me around.
Boston before?
Yeah, 6 months.
How'd you cope then?
Hope you don't miss the driving around.
Despite a very clear indicator on the roadside drug test, Nathan is being coy about his cannabis use.
What's the laugh?
When and where
Clean
did you
your
last
nails.
consume the drug?
I smoked cannabis like a couple weeks back, 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago.
How frequently do you consume or administer this drug?
Rarely.
Rarely?
Yeah.
All right, Nathan. Across the top of your tongue and on the inside of both sides of your cheeks. And then underneath your tongue now. Close your mouth, tilt your head forward.
If it really is a month since his last use, the cannabis will be out of his system, and the young dad can keep his license and stay ready for that run to the hospital.
You haven't got to keep moving it, mate, so just like I said, put it in.
It's blue.
Pardon?
It's blue.
Fuck, I hate.
G'day. Hey, mate. Brandon breath test? Yep.
I hate when they do this.
At a testing line on the Monash Freeway, 22-year-old Ace
I knew it.
discovered that a small reading is a big problem for P-platers. Taken for a secondary test, things got off to an awkward start.
Oh.
What sort of drink? Was it like
It was just a beer.
just a beer?
Yeah,
Okay, because beers come in multiple sizes.
they do.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. But leading senior constable Collins soon finds a way to impress this young music producer.
I used to be a mobile DJ.
That's cool. Raver. Bit of drum and bass.
I am 22, that's all I'll say. Used to do plenty of weddings and rowdy parties and all that sort of stuff. Yes.
After initially telling police he'd had one beer, Ace's drinks tally is on the move.
How much alcohol?
Tito!
away, child.
2.
2?
Hello.
Dog_MC
Oh,
just
thank you.
subscribed.
So,
Hey
cider.
pals dance.
And Joe, have a good
2
sleep,
cans.
doll.
Did.
I thought you
I'll
said
see you
you had one
next
can.
time.
Well, I had 1 can 3 hours ago. And then before that, it was earlier in the day.
All right, Ace, so
Uh-oh.
big breath in. Once you got that breath,
Shuffling
seal it
his
and blow it out
knees.
until you hear me say stop.
So he's a knock.
Just weeks from graduating
you,
to a full
T-Dog.
license,
Thank
a
you,
drink
Alice,
driving
again.
charge would mean 3 more years of 0 alcohol restrictions for Ace.
My drink
Stop.
tally is on the move.
That's it.
I just had 1 beer,
Zeros.
2, maximum 4.
Zeros is good.
Yep.
Oh,
After blowing nearly twice the limit on a roadside in
I had
Croydon,
42 beers.
26-year-old Cooper is
Did I say
hoping for a
1? I
miracle.
meant 1 6-pack.
And how much alcohol have you had to drink?
About 3 drinks.
All beers?
Oh, maybe 4, yeah, actually, yeah.
4?
His drinks tally is on the up and up, so his alcohol levels might be too.
Who were you drinking with at the pub, mate?
Oh, just my girlfriend.
Oh, yeah? How long you been with your missus for?
Oh, just over a year now.
Oh, yeah? And she'll be a bit unhappy with you if you go over, or?
Nah, I'll see how we go.
You wear the pants, do you?
Oh. Not after this, no.
Yeah? Moment of truth, eh?
Yep, see how we go.
What do you reckon? What'd you say? 4 schooners?
Yep.
In an hour and a half?
Yeah, pushing it, aren't we?
I would say so.
See how we go.
There we go.
Yeah, let's see how we go.
Put your lips on it. Long, steady blow through.
Shut
blow,
up.
blow, harder, harder.
Blow,
harder,
blow,
much
blow,
harder.
harder,
If
harder.
he blows much higher than his first indicator test, he could lose the boss's truck to a police impound.
This is the part where you cross your fingers and hope that you're under.
I turned down my headset 'cause it's really loud in my ears, but I turned it
Back
up
out
here.
at Croydon, 26-year-old plumber Cooper might have just flushed his license.
Bit of a regular thing, is it? Like going to the pub for a few beers after work, mate, or?
Just a
I reckon he'll be 0.95.
Do you normally have 4?
Not usually, no.
Cooper got carried away when he stopped at the pub for a quick couple with his girlfriend.
Moment of truth, eh?
Yep, see how we go.
What do you reckon? What'd you say? 4
girlfriend.
schooners?
Yep.
In an hour and a half?
Yeah, pushing it, aren't we?
I would say so.
See how we go.
There we go. They'll hand you that one. Breathe in first, then put your lips on it. Long, steady blow through.
Cooper's truck belongs to his employer, but it could wind up in a police impound yard if he blows double the limit.
And stop.
A long, steady blow.
Ooh, double limit, eh?
It's nearly double, so that's not good.
No, not at all.
Not at all.
It's a very close call.
Some people don't know is that if you are double the limit, you can get your car impounded. So he was only a sip or two away from losing his boss's car today, which is always a bit scary when you have your job to think about and you might lose that.
Maybe you do lose a license. How will it affect your life?
Oh, it means a apprentice is going to pick me up in that car. I'm hoping for that, anyway.
Fingers crossed he can get an apprentice to take him to work and not lose his job.
Too many beers at the pub, mate, and then driving.
Oh, it happens,
Not
mate.
good.
It happens.
Yeah.
You're just doing your job, I understand that.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Should have just waited till you got home. Yeah.
You're going to wait so long.
Yeah. Fair enough. Oh, well, thanks.
It was fun.
How'd you know I'm here? Well, hello, Megan, as well.
Not fun no more, no.
Big breath in. Once you've got that breath, seal there and blowing out until you hear me say stop.
Probationary driver Ace is weeks out from graduating to a full licence. But 2 cans of cider could send him back to square one.
Stop. That's it. So we're looking for zeros.
Fingers crossed.
Zeros is good?
Yep.
The result of the analysis shows that you have a breath alcohol concentration of 0.014.
Yep.
Okay? Which is in excess of the prescribed limit.
Yep.
Do you understand this?
I do.
Yes, so as it stands, obviously a bit of alcohol in your breath.
Yep.
So not driving home tonight.
Yes.
Yeah?
Ace is issued with a driver banning notice and has to leave his car where it is tonight. A brief of evidence will be prepared for review, and he may yet be charged with a drink driving offence.
You live to breathe another day.
I do. Thank you for the information and
Yeah?
letting us soak in.
No, that's okay.
Yeah,
Oh, it's a lot to take in. I understand that.
Started off good.
Not the
Ended
music.
up in the middle, not so good, but I'm happy with the result, I guess. Lot to learn.
That close call has taught Ace that even a small amount of alcohol can land P-platers in trouble.
Yeah, Megan, honestly, I reckon I'd have half a drink 3 hours ago and I'd still blow over.
During the Christmas New Year party season, it's not just the city cops who regularly pull all-nighters.
That's real.
G'day, whereabouts you off to tonight?
At 3 in the morning, uni student
Oh, did you say
Jowl and his
pink
friends
soda?
aren't on their way home, but on their way out to go clubbing.
Hello. How's that seatbelt in the back? Any seatbelt?
Oh, sorry.
Probably be a good idea if he's going to drive that fast.
Sorry.
One long breath out. Any drinking?
No.
No drinking?
If 25-year-old Jowl hasn't had a drink,
Oh,
You got your driving licence with you?
he'll be free to hit the dance floor. But he has had something. And for a P-plater, that's a problem.
Okay, Joel, in my opinion, the result of the preliminary breath test indicates alcohol on your breath. I now require you to accompany me to the testing vehicle for the purpose of a breath test. Are you prepared to accompany me?
Yeah.
Yeah, hop out.
After a big Friday night on the vodkas, Jowl backed it up with a beery Saturday and is still showing a reading early on Sunday morning.
I haven't had a few drinks in like 6 hours, but quite a bit before. Yeah. Drank yesterday, all night yesterday, partially this morning, then a bit in the other, then stopped here.
Seems like a lovely guy. He's been drinking the day before, and as a young P-plater, these people have to be so
They're baked
careful
like a
to
lasagna.
make sure that they're not over the limit the next day. So you're born in Australia?
No.
Where'd you come from?
Sudan.
Oh, yeah? Are you happy that you've come to Australia?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Got a stepbrother and well back home.
Aww.
Yeah.
But not the best life.
Aww.
You said you're studying. What are you studying part-time?
Bachelor of Fine Arts.
Oh,
Fine arts?
Yeah.
Make sure you take a big breath in first, so no sucking on that. Just a big breath in and then blowing into the straw.
This cool creative who's loving life in Melbourne will be hoping he hasn't blown it with a boozy bender.
A nice sucking. Happy
wish you all
Lord,
the best.
happy Lord.
Obviously, you're a peak later, so you should be 0.
Yeah, I didn't know it was in
breath
there
out.
for so long.
Any drinking?
No.
No drinking?
Megan, I know, I kind of like them.
After a big Friday
But I know.
night and Saturday on the drink, Pete Plater Jal is still over his 0 alcohol limit at 3 on a Sunday morning. Now the decision to drive his friends late night clubbing could cost him his license.
Come from a friend's house, slept at a friend's house during the day, and then we've just come from there. Like, yeah, meant to go home in the